He destroy black boys. If you destroy him as a boy, he'll never become a man. He destroy black boys. If you destroy him as a boy, he'll never become a man.
For what he has, he says that the only way that we can solve our problem is to unite together among ourselves, among our own kind, clean ourselves up, rid ourselves of the evils that we've become addicted to here in this society, and try and...
Hell no.
Off my dome, this is actually taught by the people who are ancestors of the Mayans in
to the east, to the north, to the west, to the south, above, below, and the middle. To the east, to the north, to the west, to the south, above, below, and the center. Greetings. This is Big Pontiac, and welcome to the Chocolate Mountain Show. I am the holder of the infinite sacred ball game that was created by the Hero Twins. And I am that one and only Galactic Daddy-O, welcoming each and every one of you to my galactic patio that reaches from Minnesota to the universe. There's that guy. And I don't even know, I got a cold Elliott Nest, but I've got this big bottle of Guinness too. And I'm thinking I'm gonna start with the Guinness. So, special beer tonight is Guinness Extra Stout. So pop 'em if you got 'em. And I don't think my lighter's over here, but I'm still eating the vegan gummies. So smoke them if you want them. It's days where you don't have to smoke. And you know, I'm still got the Detroit Lions Applebee's special collector's edition that you don't have. Just think how that looks. Even if you don't drink beer, you must admit that looks really good. And it makes you wonder why you are not me. And you wish you were me right now. You really wish you were me right now wearing fucking sweet ass. Come on now. What does my man say? What does he say?
You something? I said, can I ask you something? Ain't I'm
clean? This is the baseball polo. I mean, maybe I gotta show the back of this shit too, because you know how they don't like showing this shit. This shit is clean as it gets. Look at the back. Look at that. It is clean as it gets, y'all. It's clean as it gets. Of course, the new model, Twins. Game field worn. Oh, I'm just having fun. I am just having fun. Still hooking it up. Okay, there's one. Let me bring this other shit up. Okay, I need all that. Yeah, thank you. Don't need it there. Ooh. All right, not quite sure why it's doing that, but I better X out of that shit. All right. All right, let's try it again. Don't care about that. Let's make sure we don't get any. Oh, there is my main man. There's my main man, Lorenzo. When he watches, I know.
Got to have vision.
I know he watches me because of.
Got to have vision. Got to have vision.
Thank you, brother Lorenzo. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I didn't even, I can't sit here and cap. I did not watch much basketball. You know, sometimes family and being with the family comes first. And it was one of them days today. You know, I had to take the family out and eat and shop. You know, I do have a daughter still, young enough that I still got to buy her shit. And so, we spent the day with my mother, which is my daughter's grandmother. And, yeah, enjoyed time with my family. This is some bullshit. So I only caught like the end of the game. I saw a little bit of the game at the restaurant, but we weren't sitting in the bar. So I want to be here. Yeah. All right. And so didn't see a whole lot of basketball today. Who we got? OTF. Thank you for joining.
You got to have vision.
When you come watch me, OTF has.
You got to have vision.
Jamar. Yes, Jamar, the lovable loser. We already getting the preview.
You got to have vision.
Thank you for joining me. And so, yeah. Phoenix looking fraudulent. Yeah. But yeah, Lorenzo, thank you for joining, brother. I'm always glad to see you, and you put in such good work. You bring a lot. You bring a lot to the work, and I appreciate that. So definitely know that. The world up here, the world everywhere it's never over. And so, what has been going on in our world today? SOS, same old shit, same old stuff that's going on all the time. But it's always some kind of new weirdo stuff going on. Stuff to make you wanna scare ya. What Marvin Gaye say? Make you wanna holla. Gonna raise up my hands. So, what's something I saw that was a little bit of interest? Again, I've been gone all day. Ooh, no, that's not what I thought. Here we go. I guess I shouldn't laugh, but here we go. We're in the Great White North, and how can we not start with a story about the Great White North people? So I missed this today, but I'm sure there's some of you out there that want to hear this because this happened here, and apparently this is some interesting shit to some people. So let's go. Let's go. Let's take you out.
The old walk the dog trick to shame.
I'm Isaac Viteri, and I'm from Milwaukee. I'm 19 right now. I started yo-yoing in 8th grade. I watch other people's performances on YouTube, and you pick up the basics, and you just eventually put together your own stuff. Yeah, it's a lot of coordination, you got to be very steady with your hands.
A lot of it's like an ice skating or a dance routine. You want to be able to show your individuality, who you are, for your tricks, but as well as the music you pick, because at the end of the day, the audience does have to enjoy it in order to do really well.
Not only is it impressive.
Only after the end of the day can they enjoy it? Look like a bunch of nerds. I hate to say it, but I used to be a yo-yo mug back in, I was in 6th grade. So what is that, 72, 73. I had a Duncan yo-yo, the Elite Duncan yo-yo, the butterfly yo-yo. I had so many yo-yos. That shit used to be fun.
Of what they're doing trick-wise, but to be able to repeat it in front of this kind of audience it's unbelievable.
You got all of the noise in your ears, you got all the lights coming down on you. It's a different experience. You don't even notice the people in front of you.
And I was only 4 years old at the time. And I saw a kid who was able to do 2 yo-yos at once. I thought, wow, I need to be.
See, you never have to ask him this question.
My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? What?
I don't think he has any. You never have to ask him.
My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? What?
Let's go. Let's see what the nerd got to say.
Be able to do that. Learning tricks from kids, everything from up and down, walk the dog, to a lot of the advanced stuff that some you're seeing today.
We're not doing this because we've played a lot of sports. We meet each other online and you start sharing tricks with each other.
Because we all get it at the end of the day. We're all trying to
only at the end of the day can you get it. Okay.
Do this pretty crazy thing that most people don't know is actually a thing. And when you get to be able to do it.
Damn, I liked him. Let's watch him again. Watch him work out. Look now. See, this is the individuality, and this takes skill and practice. And you have to be able to do the basic maneuvers. And again, you're using hand fingers, finger control. You're using quick control of forearms, wrist. He was working out.
This pretty
Watch
crazy
him
thing
working
that
out.
most people don't know is actually a thing.
Okay, wait. We got to get him going good. Let's get him again. Okay, I want to wait. He was getting down. All right, let's go. I want to see him again. He was getting down. Okay, there he is. Okay, let's check him out again. Let's see him. Boo, boo. All right. What else did the nerds have to say?
Well, the top finishers in each division, from novice to pro, get a chance to compete in a national competition in Mesa, Arizona this summer.
Damn, nerds are alive. Nerds are alive. What did y'all think? Do you think you would want to be a yo-yo, a Duncan yo-yo? Duncan Elite yo-yo. Okay, we got more stuff that, you know.
Hyundai certified.
We've got, you know, Minnesota, Minneapolis, you know, it's one thing after another. Let's check them first. Here we go. This is just, you know, this can be everywhere, but this is Minneapolis, and so let's go. I rep my city. We built this city. All right, what are we looking at here? It says cost of gunfire. It says this year alone, and we are in the 4th month. Well, going on the 5th month, but basically, well, 5th month, Monday. But basically, 150 people have been shot.
In St. Paul this year, that's more than one person a day. Last year, that number climbed to 793 in just the Twin Cities. Each person hit by that gunfire faces some sort of recovery, and they're not alone. Their loved ones also endure the trauma. So what is the cost of gunfire to a community? It costs roughly $22,000 to treat a patient with a gunshot wound at Hennepin Healthcare. In 2021, they treated 142 people. Last year, it was 120.
Okay, you're not going to get away with showing 142, and you're going to start showing some colored folks. You see that 142, that's code to say this is a black story.
Those are just numbers. As Jennifer Mayerly shares, behind every bullet is a real person who knows firsthand the true cost of gunfire.
Xavier Brown says he went down the only road he knew to follow. Today, he's living with his choices.
Only being 22 and been shot 11 times. It's more of a lot of gut decisions that got me.
Wait a minute. Did he just say he was shot 11 times? What? Did he just say he was shot 11 times? That is just like, oh my goodness.
And
Damn.
And you two motherfuckers need Jesus.
Oh my goodness. He definitely needs him. He needs him something.
Yes, he destroy black boys. If you destroy him as a boy, he'll never become a man.
All right, let's hear your story again. You were shot 11 times? Okay, let's go.
Here.
Xavier is in a wheelchair, a T7 paraplegic, after taking that 11th bullet at the end of 2020.
He only shot once. Close range, dropped the clip, picked it up, and ran off.
He thinks he was targeted.
What age did you join a gang?
I was at 6, 7 when I joined.
He says he wanted to be independent, and without a father figure, he turned to the streets.
What was that life like?
Stressful. Every day having to look over your shoulder or having to worry about going to jail and not having.
Now, you know, I'm not trying not to be serious, but don't it remind you of the dude who was in Boys in the Hood that was sucking on the pacifier? But no, he really reminds you more of, what was the movie the Wayans did? You know, don't do something in South Central. Don't he look more like that dude in that movie? But okay, go ahead.
Enough money to bail out.
The first time he was shot, he was only 13 or 14.
I say right before I had my daughter in 2014.
What happened or where were you shot?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He had a baby at 13 or 14? Didn't he just reference his first shot? Was he had a baby at 13 or 14? Damn, you talking about generational curses.
I was shot in the leg with a 12 gauge shotgun.
Damn, why did you going against the 12 gauge? I mean, why would a 13-year-old be up against the 12 gauge? I want to hear the whole story. Tell me what you did to deserve to be gauged. It might have been like, remember little Ray Ray had stole the radio out somebody's yard or car and was running on the fence and dude gauged him in the back. But anyway, let's go.
That was the very first one that I got shot with. Back then, was looking for money to try to come up and was car shopping and ripping.
Wait a minute. Does that mean breaking into cars? He said car shopping.
And running the streets, stealing cars.
Oh, so you was getting shot in the act of stealing cars. Okay, keep going.
Like, just doing dumb stuff. And karma caught up to me very quick that day.
He says he was shot several more times over the course of about 2 years.
I was like target practice. Like 2 years straight, I was back and
This mug just say he was target practice. Is this a hot Cheeto in his mouth? Like, like why? Like, why? So, okay, let's hear you. Okay, keep going.
forth in the hospital from getting shot.
I mean, his hospital bills had to be a mother, you know, like always shot, and it ain't cheap, but like, what was he doing really to deserve 11?
Left and right, the recovery was just like, I couldn't even get the opportunity to recover. Kept on getting shot.
What toll must that have taken?
He said he couldn't recover. He said he couldn't recover. Because he said he would keep getting... Oh, that is so funny. He said, I couldn't even recover. He's like, as soon as I recover, I get shot again. Okay, let's go. Good entertainment. All right, let's go.
Taken on not just your body, but your mind and your well-being and everything else.
The toll, I'm surprised I can sit here and smile right now. Like,
oh, hey, why is he wearing this big-ass thick winter coat inside? Okay, it was cool today, but he's obviously in the house, so I guess they put like the most expensive coat or clothing he had, because I would be burning up wearing a big-ass coat like this inside, but okay, let's go. Oh, y'all know this is this dude's living room. This is his living room, so this ain't like an outside porch. This is his living room, but okay, let's go.
at moments I do be wanting to like just give.
Do be wanna? At moments you do be wanna? What does that mean? Like moments you do, isn't that what he said? Am I wrong? Do be wanna? What was that? What was that?
Sit here and smile right now. Like, at moments I do be wanting to like just give up, but
do be wanna? What does that mean? Do be wanna?
I'm surprised I can sit here and smile right now. Like, at moments I do be wanting to like.
What does do be wanna? What does that mean? Do be wanna? Doobie wanna? What does that mean? I'm sorry, bro. I don't get that. Doobie wanna what?
Just give up, but
You DB wanna? You do want to give up?
The ancient Egyptians understood that they could use sound.
Oh, shut up!
To
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! I'm having too much fun on these mugs. Okay, let's go. You Doobie wanna what?
That something for Xavion is his family, who haven't left his side. His then girlfriend, now fiance, and his mom, Maine.
If you love him and you care about that person, you're going to feel something. And that's going to change something in your head and in your heart. Last picture of him actually standing with his legs. Me and him took together. And you care about that person, you're going to feel something. And that's going to change something.
I don't know about y'all, but do you think like they just showed up and said they was gonna put him on TV one day? Now I'm not saying she got to put on the eyelashes and everything, but I mean, damn, mama, I mean, damn, you you aren't very old. I mean, your boy had a child at 13, 14, but what how old was you? But this is the best you could do. That's the best you can do, huh, Ma? Yeah, I guess that's the best mom can do. So you know what kind of life he had. Mom looking like this. He didn't have a cute mom, and that's what. Look at him. His girl is okay, but not him and not her.
You love him and you care about that person, you're going to feel something. And that's going to change something in your head and in your heart. Last picture of him actually standing with his legs. Me and him took together. He feels so bad. But I mean, your life choices.
But remember, he said he was a target.
Came up on your mama.
He said he was a shooting target.
Your sister and your grandmother.
He said he was a practicing target. He said, Mom used to practice on He said he couldn't get well because he kept getting shot again. Oh, this definitely deserves. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, it definitely deserves it. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm going to try to play the rest of it without. Okay, I'm going to try to play the rest without interrupting. Okay, let's hear it.
There for you all the time immediate. Now we got to pay for you being shot, and that hurt you. I know it do. This is a good one that I like too.
But Xavion isn't the only one hurting. The reality is, it's painful for everyone.
The person that got shot be like, well, I'm the one that got shot. Y'all ain't got to deal with this.
What are we doing?
Xavion isn't the only one hurting. The reality is, it's painful for everyone.
The person that got shot be like, well, I'm the one that got shot. Y'all ain't got to deal with this.
What are we doing?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We had to deal with his mood swings. We had to deal with him sometimes just snapping out the blue, like, and we just had to accept it because he dealing with something.
Add a bit more energy.
Maine tries to focus on how she can help her son.
Oh.
At times when she
Okay, did y'all see? She ain't got a winter coat on the inside, but he does. Okay, but this is... All right, this is why he got the coat on the inside. This right here, this is probably his Christmas gift from the family. He got a guest... Okay, you can get these guest coats at Marshall's. So this is why he's wearing the inside coat. This is his best. This is the best they could dress him. And look at the couch. I mean, this is their living room. Do you understand? Now, I don't know if he's living with his mama or, I don't know. But I guess, if you look at his living conditions, you can see why he was out there trying to get it all the time. He was like, man, Mom, this is rough. Now, again, he had to have a hard life because 13, 14, he had a child. And as you know, if you're 13 or 14 and have a child, they will take child support out of your parents. That is a fact. So she been paying his child support for a long time. So, but you know, I guess if I live like this, I would be out there trying to get it. And so, okay, let's finish up with them. Y'all done
Can
gave
help
me a
her
laugh.
son. At times, when she lets her mind think about what's happened,
So in the wheelchair, did he need distressed jeans? I mean, did he really need distressed jeans so he could just sit there? I'm sorry.
her
but
son.
I'm
At
just
times
saying,
when
you know, they really went all out to get him cleaned up. Okay, go ahead.
she
I'm
lets her
sorry.
mind think about what's happened, it can get pretty dark.
And it's like somebody dying. It never heals. So I'm not going to ever say it's okay or I'm fine or it don't hurt no more. He may not be dead, but it's a totally different life than what he had. And it hurts. And it's different.
I think about people whose bodies and their minds.
Okay, this ain't his daddy. So I don't know who this dude is. You know, he looks like he's looking for the next piece of cornbread that's near. But anyway, let's go.
Are never the same.
Pastor Edrin Williams' Sanctuary Covenant Church
Of course.
is across the street from the Winter gas station where Xavion was shot. The community calls the spot at Broadway and Lyndale in North Minneapolis Murder Station.
Didn't I tell y'all? Didn't I tell y'all? They called it there's 3 murder gas stations. Remember when they was the girl who got killed up the street from there? I was trying to explain where this is. I mean, this is the murder gas station.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Do you understand? This ain't the only one. It's another one going this direction that's like by the highway. But I was trying to show you the other time where the girl got killed. That Indian girl that got killed and dumped, or at least her body got dumped, or the last place they found her is up the street from this. It's across the street from this is a liquor store. But this is the murder gas station. This is what everybody, you know, if somebody here says, they're like, well, what are you talking about? Oh, by the murder gas station. So do you see what I was trying to tell you about this place? How many killings it's been here? Like, this is a fairly common place to shoot at each other here. I've been here going on 17 years. Do you know how many shootings it's been at this place? Like, what is it at this place where, you know, and I know, again, this is, when you are socioeconomically and it's only so many gas stations, I understand. And so many gas stations might be open at certain times, you can be targeted. Because it's so easy to drive by here or drive by here. But this is the murder. This is so think about it like this. And you know, this is more serious. Think about it for psychologically. Think about children that have to hear this and have to know this. Think about children that might have to walk down the street to go to school or catch the bus. Because the bus station is literally, the bus stop is right here. It is a bus stop literally right in here. The bus. Do you understand? If it ain't right here, it's across the street. But it's bus stops right in here in this area. But what if you're a child? What if you're a child and got to go get candy here? You know, this is the closest place you get candy. And psychologically, you know this is the murder gas station. You don't think that's trauma to a child? They think that every time they just want to go get a soda, they just want to go get some candy, they could get killed here? Do you understand the trauma that brings on? And then even a young driver that has to pull in here. Do you know how many people avoid this spot? So let's go.
I see regularly young men up and down the street here, many of them with the colostomy bag or young guys who should be out running around playing sports, like pushing one of their friends in a wheelchair.
Okay, I don't care how old you are, but it don't look like he's playing any sports or he walks too much or anything. You know, he probably got a bunch of hot dogs back there, but yeah, come on, let's go. And he young, you know, I'm 61. This dude ain't 61. Let's go though.
And you just wonder about how their quality of life is impacted forever. That kind of cost.
I feel a real burden these days, Sanctuary.
Williams incorporates the reality of living in the city into his Sunday sermon.
The Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is supposed to be the feminine part of the energy. You know, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit is what they replaced. They replaced this word with the feminine energy. It's Father, Mother, Son, and they replaced it with this word. But that's the divine feminine.
In a world where raising our kids seems harder by the
Okay, I was wondering why he was so jacked up dressing in the other. He saved it for this. Like, well, put me on stage, and I'll be in my stage finest.
week, I thank God for his spirit
while trying to cast a light on a hopeful future.
so that
We shall love. See, you know how long people been doing this when they in the church? And do you know how many people saw other people do this, and this is why they do this? Do you know how much behavior is copied in the church? You know, I have ability to see when true energy goes into people, especially in churches. And I have the ability to also see when it's bullshit. And you know how many people fake this? You know how many people would say they had the Holy Spirit and do this kind of stuff because you saw other people do it. So you imitate this behavior. So most church behavior, if you go, is imitated, but especially this. This is imitated behavior of you seeing it as a little child, and then it's your turn to do it, you do it. And the only way you can say is like, why do you do this? But in reality, you copying a behavior. And that's what a lot of it is. Like people even say that they get happy, Pentecostal churches. This is all copied behavior, learned behavior that you copy. But this is, I feel it, I throw my hands in the air because I feel it. What does the rap song say? So throw your hands up in the air just like you just don't care. Here we go.
built up to live the lives that God has called us to.
Ann says the church shows up for families in the wake of gun violence.
Checking in on moms who've lost sons.
Checking in on moms.
We're providing diapers to adults who can't go to the bathroom on their own anymore. We're financially supporting families who can't make ends meet because someone who's a breadwinner is.
Now that's noble. I'll dare say that is noble. But again, they're what do you call it? C3 nonprofit. So, it's a way you got to use this money up too.
Is their life has been impacted.
Because he probably got big money. Looking at this church and everything, he got big money during COVID, and he came out clean. So do you see what they're doing?
That's a regular thing for us.
He sees the pain, witnesses the struggle, and wonders with all the gun violence if people take time to really heal.
If we don't heal, we'll continue to hurt one another.
People are carrying them with them.
Now, all jokes aside, trauma is a motherfucker. With all jokes aside, trauma comes in so many different kind of ways. And even though joking, trauma is a thing that, like when Sly yesterday was showing a picture and the picture had a young child who couldn't possibly have heard about Emmett Till, but yet they want the child to feel the trauma because the child is holding up a picture of Emmett Till. So do you see how they want us to carry this trauma throughout time? That's why, when people get so mad and say, well, we're trying to erase slavery. No, we're trying to tell the truth about how slavery really was and not the trauma that the Reconstructionists invented to keep this trauma going. They're saying that's all you got, use this and this is all you got. And not telling you the whole complete story. And as Sly very cleverly said, they want to carry trauma forward. They want to carry this trauma forward. So, but the violence that certain neighborhoods and like even where I was just showing the murder gas station, the houses going up to murder gas station in the neighborhoods, it's not dirty, it's not trash. All the houses is decent. Again, this state is mostly Europeans. And yes, most of the melanated people live in one area, but again, it's still, even though the melanated people live in one area, it's still a mixed neighborhood. Very much so mixed neighborhood. So it's a lot of people
Armida
carrying the
McGlory
trauma.
counsels individuals and families impacted by gunfire about a mile away from the church at North Point.
It costs the lives of people, but the livelihoods of people.
Now, I'll say
YouTube is the new home.
I'll say this. North Point is an excellent place. It really is. It helped me one point where I really needed to talk to someone. It gave me that opportunity. Well, let's see.
We talk about living life again and making moves.
Oh, and I don't want to tell business, but Shotty Vaughn's dad works in North Point. He probably still does. I doubt, what Shotty did got him away from his career, but his father used to work up in here.
And trying to restore, reframe, and redirect your life. It's deep work. We have to probe. We have to begin to understand how we have.
See, she came ready. She was whipped. She looks good. That's all I ask. If you on, you should look good, like Little Bootsy say, because I'm on. So I'm looking good because I'm on. I like
Patient with the stories.
The glasses is even nice. I like her. She came on ready.
And the narratives of these people.
She works with people to get uncomfortable, to dig deep and try to heal.
What were some of their childhood trauma experiences? Why do we have to do problem solving with guns? Then we begin to have people understand that although they have been a victim of this level of violence, they don't necessarily have to continue to let this direct the rest of their lives.
Do you worry about the people that don't get help after experiencing gun violence?
Most
and what
definitely,
could happen?
most definitely, because it is the level of overwhelming emotional experience that is tragic, is traumatic. It's not only anxiety provoking and provokes depression, but it can alter just the rest of the life of a person.
Xavian lives in constant pain. He deals with leg spasms, fights depression, and is reminded daily of the last bullet that pierced his arm.
If I was a human target practice, I would like be depressed too. Like, damn, is it over yet? Okay, they couldn't get his nails clean. Okay, let's go.
Frustrated. This pain is like something that's so unbelievable. Like, it keeps you up at night. Even if you've been up for a week, this pain will keep you awake. It won't let you get a wink. It just reminds me more and more, and I try to forget it, but that's one thing that my body's not gonna let me do is forget that. Sometimes I just leave him because I get tired of playing with him.
He knows he could benefit from therapy, but says it's not his focus right now.
Wow. And if your legs aren't constantly moved, they will. I understand. That's depression that he's talking about. Not wanting to, get stronger because you get your arms stronger, you get your upper body stronger. It's easier to get yourself around than you get your legs so they don't atrophy as much. But I can dig the whole picture of what they tried to do here because, think about this. This is their best. I know I'm making fun, but look at this. This is their best. It's probably got 2 bedrooms upstairs, 3. And, you look at why he's where he's at. This is like now they're living like this. I can't say how they were living before this, but we socially, economically understand why he was trying to do better. But and again, like trying to do better is anything that you think that this guy, again, everything he had to do with these crimes is low level. Like, there's no boss. He was never near any boss in any time in his life. This guy is a soldier that's being used at the most. And that's the other sad part. He said 6'7", he's in the set. And then saying having a child at 13, 14. And then there's no way he can get away from getting shot. A lot of it's sad. A lot of it's sad, too. All right. I ain't been ignoring y'all, but this shit is tripping me out, too.
What for you is a good day?
That first breath in the morning.
Come on, that first blunt in the morning.
To know I accomplished at least a couple of my goals, making sure that I eat at least twice a day, that's a good day for me.
In Minneapolis, Jennifer...
And you notice the fiance wasn't there. Or the baby. So, I'm sorry, y'all. I got another story for y'all.
What if you could do it?
I don't quit. Up here in the Great North, I've got more for you. I've got more for you. It's never a dull moment up here. What? I want that shit. It's never a dull moment up here in the Great White North. Got another story that you guys just can't wait to hear. I know you can't wait to hear this one, so hold on.
In Minnesota, including some close to the Twin Cities. As WCCO's Kirsten Mitchell explains, the bear population is moving further south, and there are some important tips to.
Damn, that's a bear? For real? I don't know if I would be scared of that bear. I probably got more bullets than that bear could scare me. So, okay, let's go.
Remember, if you see one.
The most we ever get is...
Okay, this is way south of me. Way south.
Deer, fox once in a while.
Add black bear to the list of wildlife passing through
Deer, fox once in a while.
Wait, you know what we have to say. Okay, let's go.
The most we ever get is deer.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
I think this is like a retired, this right here is a retired linebacker defensive tackle from the Vikings. Hey, y'all. She's from Wisconsin. Come on. See, she's from Wisconsin. He was in Lord of the Rings. You know, he's still playing Lord of the Rings. This is an elf-looking bug, but oh my goodness, that's a linebacker, boy. Let's go.
Fox once in a while.
Add black bear to the list of...
Hey, he lived with her. He ain't got to worry about nothing. She is knocking everything down.
Wildlife passing through Lauren Vosevka's Northfield neighborhood.
To know that it was this close is a bit, I don't know, it's kind of scary. I mean, those suckers are huge.
The bear...
Man, that bear ain't big.
Bear was spotted twice overnight Friday, digging through garbage
Man, I wouldn't be scared of that bear.
cans and bird feeders. Overnight Friday,
Come on. Give me the bear. Man, I'm not scared of that bear. There is no round this little bitty bear could take. He couldn't take even 22. So why would you be scared of him? I would bring out, where's my stick? It's down here somewhere. I would billy club the bear. I would billy club the bear. This bear wouldn't have a chance with my billy club. Dude, does he look ferocious? Nothing about him. He couldn't even catch me first of all, this bear could not catch me at 61 years old, almost 62. He couldn't even catch me. I would be ducking and dodging and then hitting him with the billy club. Yeah, I wouldn't be scared of this bear.
The bear was spotted twice overnight Friday, digging through garbage cans and bird feeders.
I've never ever heard of a bear being in Northfield.
What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
like really? Okay. Y'all talk about generational curse. This is generational curse of passing on bad style and like uncoolness. Look. Ooh, like really? This is the best you could do. Like this dude is a little older than me, and this is your idea of being on TV is like your Santa Claus suspenders. You got this big pot belly and you got your stuff tucked in with suspenders.
What are we doing?
What are you wearing?
What are we doing?
Wait. And let's not lie. This is not an outfit. This is a pajama top. Right here, this is a pajama top. This ain't even real outdoor clothes. This is a pajama top. Look like he wearing a pajama top underneath a pajama top. Look at that right there. That's more pajamas. This is a pajama top. This ain't even outdoor clothes. This is pajama top. He might even be in full pajamas, but look at, man, what? What is these? Where did you get these? Like, where? I can't even look to say where you got these from. And, you know, this is the cigarettes pack pocket, you know. Like, you can only wear this kind. You got to put 2 packs of cigarettes in this when you wear it. That's the only way to wear this. So, you know, even if you guys don't smoke, it's still cool to put 2 cigarette packs in this pocket. It looks really cool. Even if you had a button-up shirt that had this little pocket, put 2 packs of cigarettes in it. That shit looks cool. But yeah, okay, let's go. And what does this hat say? Gophers? Okay, he's got the Gophers, but like I don't even like he got the most knocked off. You know what I'm saying? Illegal gopher hat he could find. Like I don't even know where you could get this kind of fake gopher hat. Like this is the most knockoff of the knockoffs. Okay, let's go, Gramps. Let's see what you got to say. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry I'm robbing you of the story about the bear. Woo.
Even longtime residents like Dick Otis were surprised. Between
He was shoveling in his new clothes. Again, I'm not scared of this bear. I'm not scared of this bear. This is not a grizzly. This is a black little bear. So I'm not scared of him.
12 and 16,000 black bears.
I would give the bear the business. I don't care what you say, lady. I would give the bear the business. But let's go.
Bears live in Minnesota. For the past 20 years, the population has been growing and expanding further south and west, as seen on this sightings map from the DNR.
5 years ago, you would very rarely hear about a bear in.
Now, this is better, even though he's got a wig. You know, this is hairpiece. This is hairpiece. You see that? But I like this. I like this. You know, that's all fake. You know, that's glue on or whatever. You know, this is his real hair, but none of that is real. That's all fake right there. But I like that at least he tried. I mean, this is, he went to the store and got him a new whatever this is. 3 Rivers. He works for 3 Rivers, so he didn't have to go to the store. The 3 Rivers gave him the store, but let's go.
Hennepin or Ramsey County, and now they're fairly regular, if not residents.
John Moriarty is the senior manager of wildlife for 3 Rivers Park District. Last week, a mom and her 3 cubs were spotted in Elm Creek Park Reserve in Maple Grove. Moriarty says it's likely the same bear that's lived in the park since 2020.
They're not out there, stalking people or stalking your pets. I mean, the reason they're coming into your yard is you've left a greasy grill sitting out, or you're still feeding your dog outside.
What's wrong with feeding your dog outside? There's nothing wrong with my dog be outside. Sometimes he be hungry, so yeah, it's food outside. I don't want raccoons, squirrels. I'll shoot all them if they mess with my dog food outside. I would shoot the bear if he ate my dog food that's outside. That's for my dog. What you talking about?
That's not a good.
What are you talking about? I'm just
practice for any kind of wildlife.
He says most bear attacks involve pets, so it's always best to keep them on a leash, bringing in garbage cans and.
That's why my dog keeps a 38 on him, or at least a 22. Yeah, my dog don't play around.
And taking down bird feeders can help move the bear along.
If you see a bear, as you stand.
Enough of pajama time.
Stand real still, and you put your arms up like this. See what I'm doing? Because you need to make.
What is the bear gonna tickle you?
What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
So the bear gonna come tickle you, boy. Hey.
Make yourself look real big and scary to the bear. It's not common to see them, so feel fortunate if you do.
You see where that's fake. This is his real hair, and so they got him with some fake hair to look like that little bit of dyed kind of hair, because this is some raggedy dye in here. So like he should have trimmed all this up in here. I mean, you're looking kind of rough, but go ahead, let's go.
Do get to see one.
I'm just saying, you go through all that bother of putting on a toupee, you'd still think your beard would be tight, but let's go.
In Northfield.
I hope he's moved on.
Oh, the linebacker again.
Kirsten Mitchell,
The husband now, hey, where's our green line right here? Where's our green line? Where's our green line? See, he's standing straight up. She's standing over there. And I admit, now Sly doesn't consider this. When the person that you're standing next to is ugly, that's kind of going to give you a different reaction. I just said, you see this? So what is he has his hands in his pockets. Her hands are out. So I would say she makes all the decisions. Plus, I think she can whoop his ass. honestly, I'm quantifying. I think she could take him down. She could take him down. She could take him down. You know, that's the body language I'm getting here. You know, is like she's the more aggressive.
WCCO News.
Another reason why bear sightings seem to be on the rise. More people have home security cameras that capture them passing through.
So you saying they was sneaking around? Yogi the Bear was sneaking around all these other times? Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I got to catch up on the comments, but it's just more. Oh, it's just so much. Wait. Oh, you guys need to hear this. You need this in your life. You need this in your life right here. It is going on in the Twin Cities. You need to be in the Twin Cities, and you are. Wish me you could be me right now. All this is going on in my city. This is major stuff that's going on in my city that you don't have going on in your city. Let's hear it.
Looking for answers to questions about the deadly standoff between federal agents and an armed man in Minneapolis.
Yeah, we want to know what
According to
happened.
court documents, the FBI was serving a search and arrest warrant for Chu Feng Yang at his home in North Minneapolis. An FBI agent shot him after an hours-long.
Why? What did he do federally? I think he had some type of warrant, maybe, but still a federal warrant.
Long standoff where officers say that Yang threatened to kill officers and a hostage. As Jonah Kaplan reports, state agencies have not yet been asked to assist in the investigation.
We're able now to get a lot closer to the scene of where this standoff and shooting took place. This is the home, DuPont Avenue North, right by Dowling Avenue. You see flowers placed on the doorstep. Even though this is a shooting that took place in the city of Minneapolis, it remains a federal investigation, and it's being led by the FBI. Court records show prior arrests and convictions for the man shot and killed by an FBI agent on Thursday, Chu Feng Yang. The charges leading to this latest arrest warrant, a carjacking and police chase earlier this year. And during that pursuit, investigators say a puppy was tossed from the moving car. Tahoe, as he was named by deputies, was euthanized last week. It's unlikely that Tahoe is the reason the feds got.
I mean, why they brought that up before, and why would you bring that up? That is like, why would you even bring that up? Tahoe, you know, that is like, what are you trying to get there?
Involved in this case.
Oh, they putting in work here. I showed this the other day. They putting in work. Look at those flashes. Look at the gun flashes. Like, look at here. He puts in a couple. He's the main shooter. He's putting in that main work. Like, look, from the state, he ain't even undercover. You know, he has not really, his only cover is here. And watch him step forward.
It's unlikely that Tahoe is the reason the feds got involved in this case, though. Instead, legal experts we spoke with saying the U.S. Attorney's Office may be joining the local fight against rising crime.
The U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Minnesota is paying particular attention to carjacking cases because they're such a menace.
But the rules are much different between state and federal law enforcement, including policies on body-worn cameras. So far, the FBI has also indicated it will lead its own internal review of the shooting. They have not asked for help from the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which often reviews incidents like this.
When you have a state investigation, we go by data practice rules. And data practice rules, they do have some exceptions where, say, a police chief can release a body-worn camera. But when you get to federal investigations, well, that doesn't matter who the mayor is or the governor or the senator is of a state. What matters is the DOJ.
In Minneapolis, Jonah Kaplan, WCCO News.
Now, I don't think y'all heard that. What did he just say? Listen to what he's telling y'all.
DOJ.
In Minneapolis, Jonah Kaplan. The
mayor is or the governor or the senator. Federal investigations, well, that doesn't matter who the mayor is or the governor or the senator is of a state. What matters is the DOJ.
Department of Justice trumps all government, all local government. So they're saying those feds and that, 10 by 10, 10 miles by 10 miles, whatever the gematria is that what they say when they do an investigation, it trumps everything else. Wow. That is crazy. That is just crazy. Y'all. Oh yeah, I think it's more. I think it's more. I know y'all just want more. Here we go. And I don't really know this story, but I'm going to share it. Whoops. Okay, here we go again. We got more for y'all.
Answers a month after a loved one was found unconscious and injured in the street. WCCO's Alan Henry explains what happened and why family members say first responders got it wrong from the start.
I want to know what happened to my brother.
Linda Fredrickson says she was out of town last month when her phone rang. It was about her brother, Quentin Glass.
On the 27th, I got a call from HCMC telling me that my brother had been at HCMC in a coma.
According to the police report, dispatchers got a call about a person down here at the intersection of 22nd and Colfax just after 7:30 p.m. on March 20th. When they arrived, though, dispatchers called off police, taking Glass to HCMC for his injuries.
I can't believe they waited 7 days to call me and tell me that he was in the hospital.
Linda asked her husband, who was in town, to get to the hospital.
And when I saw him in his hospital bed, I was flabbergasted because I had heard this was just a fall.
So he sent Linda pictures.
That's not a fall. Like, how do you fall on three sides of your body? Your back? Was that not good enough? So he decided to fall on his side and no, I still want to go, and then fall on your face.
Glass had suffered a traumatic brain injury, but mentioned a car and a light pole.
I'm quite convinced he was hit by a car, thrown into a light pole, and that's what caused all that damage.
But when they went to police, they were told too much time had passed.
Why didn't you come earlier, or why didn't you report it earlier? And things are erased after 3 days.
Now they wonder if they'll ever know what happened and why her brother's injuries weren't taken more seriously.
They treated him on a...
Well, I can tell you why. Because he was a colored boy. You know, he was a colored boy, and so, the colored boy was hit, and no pictures or anything, so that's all I can say, y'all. All right, let me catch up. I know I'm behind, and y'all talking shit. Let me go way back and let me see. Because, dang, who's all here? Who's all here? Oh, Bishop McBone.
My bitches. You saying you can't control your bitches? What?
Yes, McBone, what's happening? There are ancient cult practices and techniques that can heal young men totally, regenerating, rebirthing level. Indeed. Those bears aren't aggressive. Typical Midwest, definitely OTF. Sacred breath of life, along with the oneness, there's all able to heal all. Indeed. Wu Long, Seven Dragon, Bishop McBone, Edward Bailey. There are some hilarious country Caucasian barbarians. Those are some hilarious country Caucasian barbarians. Recommended move Barry Gordy. He's the last dragon starting vanity. Shadows tomorrow. Thank you.
Got to have vision.
For watching me. They are ugly, even Bigfoot or Sasquatch would want them. They are so ugly, but wouldn't want them. That's why they was with dude. Peanut butter. Thank you for joining.
Got to have vision.
Peanut butter hero. They treat dogs better than some of us. Yeah, I say that. Celestial brother. That's breaking news story. I'll tell you, the only wild animal that came in my area, one of them cougars came. One of my cameras caught a panther, And yeah, that thing was scary. I mean, guns, they could knock it down, but yeah, that was scary to see that thing, like walking in the neighborhood. Because a couple cameras caught it. And my camera caught it, and it was a panther. I mean, you know what a panther looked like a young, mature panther? I mean, this thing's back is 4 feet up. What's that? 3.5, 4 feet. This thing long and fast. That's scary. But not the black bear. I'm not worried about now. Grizzly, there's no grizzlies here. No polar bears, just a little bitty black bear that's got its babies and trying to forage some trash. I'm not bothering with them. The only animals that I've shot in Minneapolis, I've shot at, is coyotes. Because you start hearing that howling, and I start seeing them eyes out in the tree. It was a pasture for cows. So, ain't no cows out there at night. They don't leave the cows out there in the pasture all night. They would come get them every day. So the only thing that was in that pasture were animals and not cows. So I would hear them hooting and hollering, and after a couple consecutive nights in a row of shooting, seeing them little eyes out there and shooting at their asses, they quit coming around. And one night, I've said this before, they chased my cat up into a tree. I had to walk out there. I'm like, what the hell? I'm hearing my cat. I'm like, what the hell? And she's up in the tree. Like, get your ass down here. So I know. I know. If you can't control yourself, you can't control your heifers if you can't control yourself. The first basics of game are self-awareness, self-reflection, and self-control. Yes. Yes. That's what people don't understand. And like people get caught up in saying, like things like when they're having a relationship and all of a sudden they say people are attracted to them. It doesn't work like that. It's like the same thing that you have always about you that have always attracted other people is always around you. It's just your perceptions were different because you might not have perceived it. Saying, well, now I'm getting attention and not understanding that you might have been getting the same attention all the time, but you weren't perceiving the attention. Because this is the thing about women and in pursuit of women. There's a thing called like 5-second rule. If you have a chance to talk to a woman that might lead to something else, it is 5 seconds to decide that. And if you don't do it by then, you'll never do it. Now, there's some chances where people get more than one chance, but that's pretty much what it is. And it's interesting because, and this is what's interesting and how people try to use that. It's like people, like the dudes, renting the cars and then saying that the women, won't talk to them, but then the women see them get in the car. Now, most women, this is what's obvious, what's normal. If I walk and start talking to a woman, she not interested, I go do what I'm going to do, she walks away. I can't ever think of a situation where the woman who is not interested in me and keeps walking, she turns around. Now, if she's crossing the street, but do you see what I'm saying? Every time the woman turns around and says, hey, this is your car. If a woman ain't interested in you, a car ain't gonna make her turn around. If she's not interested in you, she ain't paying attention to you long enough to see what kind of car you get into. That's reality. So call cap on a lot of that shit they be showing. People still want real men. Yeah, mastering one's key leads to mastering everything. Yeah. Well, I mean, whatever you wanna call key, because there's some people that might not ever generate enough of that to call it that. But whatever positive energy you can generate that makes you the highest, your highest self. That's it. That's it. Like I might have mentioned this the other night. A chick was trying to say about karma. She mentioned karma, and I might have said this the other night, but I'm still going to say it again. She mentioned karma, and so I was just telling her, you can live being above karma. This is the law of attraction and all that shit. And that's kind of what I was touching on. When you have somebody, you say law of attraction. Well, you don't understand. You were always you were always attracted. It wasn't because you were in a relationship. But anyway, and I was like, well, okay, you can be above karma. And then she threw God in it, and I'm like, I'm confused, hon, because you're talking about two different things. Now, I didn't know that God was karma, because that's what she hit me with. She hit me with pretty much God was karma. And I'm like, oh, okay, you're like talking about two different concepts, but you're trying to tie them into one. And it put me back into, I bit the bait of a dummy. No, I not dumb but unlearned. It's what they used to be called asleep. It's unaware, not really touched into fully in consciousness, because there's levels of consciousness, obviously. I mean, it's pretty easy to see this. When talking to people, when trying to relate information, you see different levels of consciousness. And you see where people are at. One of them gold digging videos, a woman called the man out for trying to clout chase her on her. Yeah. That's what it really is. That's what it really is. And see, it's like the fakeness is no one's going to be still interested in you just because you did that. Not real women. Like they one dude was, all the women was like, I'm pretty in the same answers, and it's acting answers. Can't say that every woman feels like that. I'm around, like what I'm around is a lot of bossy women that it ain't a lot of men around. But yet they're all bossy women. But with my energy, bringing my energy around everybody is helpful because it balances things out. And that's really what sometimes is needed is just men that are men. Because that's not always a thing anymore. A man being a man or a manly man. What is it? Toxic masculinity. What does that ever mean? What does that mean to you? What would toxic masculinity mean to any of y'all? But how long have I been going? Oh, I've been going on an hour. Good. I need a break, y'all. So, rescue me, 'cause I'm lonely. Rescue me. Take me in your arms. Rescue me. Uh-oh. Do we need to hear? Do we hear? Nah. We can hear that in a minute. I'm gonna take me about a 3-4 minute break, and you can enjoy one of my vintage shows where I'm I'm looking hot and bothered. So please enjoy. Oh, excuse me.
They let him back in, But that helps Wilder. That helps Wilder. Because like what did Ali say about Joe Frazier? He can't get no gate. The gate is with the Fury, is the brother. They said his brother talking about, but he's banned from, what wasn't Fury banned from fighting in England too? Wasn't he banned from fighting in England too? So, but Souther's been in them situations, they let him go. They messing with him. Yeah. Ride the wave, baby. Ride the wave. They cheated Wilder all 3 fights. I don't know. I think he was meant to lose that. Styles and fights. The first fight was probably the best fight. The other 2, that second fight was ridiculous. The third fight was even more ridiculous. So the first fight was the only time you really saw them both fighting. Did that guy do a long count? I think so. I think Wilder knocked him out. But one thing that's proven is Fury was riding with the punch too. As the punch was coming, Fury had a couple seconds to, he didn't get fully caught. He kind of rolled with it a little bit. Still probably stunned him. If it hit you, you could be stunned. What a dude said on Craig Facts. He said, Craig Facts said this last week. Said, dude that got knocked out, they went to see him like a half hour later. Dude that got knocked out in this fight. Half hour later, they go to check on him. Dude is getting ready like he about to go fight. Dude didn't remember that the fight done started. He got knocked out. Dude is back in the locker room working out. Like when he woke up, you know, he got up and he started working out for the fight. He had forgot he had already got knocked out. Isn't that crazy? Motherfucker back in there working out, getting loose and shit. They're like, relax, you just lost. He didn't remember getting knocked out. I thought that was an interesting story. But they brought up something too that's true too, and this even goes to street fighting. You know, like you can knock a person, like in football, you can get hit and get knocked out, and then you get hit again and it'll bring you back. That's an interesting thing because I've had a hit where I got knocked out. It's like boom, and then somebody else hit me, and I was like, oh shit. You can get knocked out and then hit by somebody else, and it'll bring you back. In boxers, the same thing happened. Like one hit, you be oh shit, and then they hit you again so quickly. I don't know how the brain reacts because when you get knocked out, your brain actually shifts. But that's a thing, and it happens in football. Like linemen talk about that a lot. Linemen, like you get trapped and the motherfucker hit you out of nowhere and you get trapped. Like you fall for that. You a tackle and you fall for the trap and you got that cross guard pulling and just nabs you in your head, shoulder area. And then, but he may hit you like right here. You just get maximums you don't even see coming. That may knock you out, but then the next dude hits you and it bring you back up. That happens in football too. I remember Trent.
You ain't never lied. That sure do. You can fight a person. Look at PJ. PJ looking sweet. He got the bull gear. PJ Allen got the bull gear. That is so clean. PJ with the bull gear. Hell yes.
Got to have vision.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, I had to go downstairs. Forgot about my cigar. And I'm going to drink this alien nest. Since I did not bring any water, guess I'm going to drink all this beer. But damn, you was clean as hell, PJ. I saw you was there, PJ. You was clean as hell, man. He got the Bulls. He's wearing the Bulls warm-up coat. Man, you killing him, bro. You are killing him. I know you in here. I saw you was in here. Earlier. I'm sorry I didn't say nothing. Because I know you watching you.
Got to have vision.
Natural immunity. Leonard has long arms. What? Let me see. What is that? Jake Paul fights soon against training partner. The Jake Paul story is funny. All his opponents have been chumps, and Tyson took the dive. Tyron. Wow. Thank you coming in, Lenaway.
Got to have vision.
I rewatched Just Fight, and it's embarrassing. You do like me. Leonard had long arms. Why is ESPN not talking about that? I don't know. Not talking about Tyson Fury and his brother being banned from traveling to the U.S. for the... You know what? Maybe you can answer this question. How did they get reinstated to fight in England? Because they was banned for fighting in England. And the fight they proposed is going to be in England. How did they get over that? I'm going to have to have some of that Elliot Ness. The stout is all right. This is better. Al Prophet did a good series. Damn, I ain't putting these motherfuckers down there. Empty. Talking about the mob ties with the Furies. And the last I really knew, he couldn't even fight over there anymore. Where am I here? I think I'm there. Yeah. Yep. One of them gold digging videos, a woman called the man out for trying to, only see if the conscious one. Think of a muffler resonated the second hit match in the Migrate the Force Applied. Yeah, it's the same thing. What you say, Bishop Man said, the vibe of your flow determines the quality of your glow. There you go. Yeah, it's easy to see. Conscious. Think of a muffler resonator. The second hit you match or migrate the force applied. Yeah, and the force applied will bring you back. Like fighters will tell you that. You talk to fighters where they'll hit a dude and dude be out and they'll hit him too quick. You know, hit him too quick and bring him back. Heard a million fighters say that. Not a million, but very common. And you know, then talking and playing ball, that happens too in playing ball where dudes who talk about the same thing, they'll get hit. And then somebody else will hit them and the hit will bring them back. So, and then some hits it just like, it throws your whole day off. Now I got one game I just can say by the behavior I had, I was drugged one game. One of my games, I was drugged. One of my games in college, somebody did something, put something in something I was drinking. And that's even worse. I got hit. As I said, I had a print on my back of a helmet for, I would say probably 25 years. If you looked, I took my shirt off, there was a print. Like helmets used to have a, like if you can imagine now in the middle of a helmet being a stripe, well, actually the helmets had a piece that kind of slightly protruded. And people would put a stripe over that, if you can follow what I'm saying. So it was a slight part of the helmet that protruded up a little more, and then teams would stripe that. Well, that's what I got hit with. That protruded part was in my back. You could see where, you know, that stripe, that protruded part ran through my back. And that was probably didn't go away until I was in my 40s. And I got hit with that like at 19 or 20. And it was like, it looked like it was never going to go away. And finally, like around 40, you couldn't really see it anymore. But it hit me that hard that it stayed with me that long. If you understand, changed my skin. It hit me so hard, it changed my skin. So, if you understand pain and leverage, it's spectacular. Beat buzz. Okay. We'll see. What did Stonewall Jackson say? They's like, do you like tobacco? And he's like, yes, but I like it too much. That's why I don't do it. Couldn't imagine smoking, especially tobacco. I remember one of my cousins, this is a true story. One of my cousins stole my great uncle's pipe tobacco. My great uncle was a professor in Southern University. He would come up to see my grandfather, who was his father, every summer. Big picture guy. Big picture guy. Okay, that's where it's coming from. Is that there? A big picture guy. Okay. Always taking pictures, but he would always, you know, he's the pipe tobacco dude. So dude would bring a couple pounds of pipe tobacco with him. And so my cousin, like, comes up to me and shows me, he's like, man, I just stole 2 pounds of weed. And I'm like, okay. And I'm looking and I'm smelling this shit. And I'm like, this is not weed, man. What did you got here? He's like, nah, this is 2 pounds of weed. I'm like, man, this is not. I'm like, did you still do, you know, uncle's smoking tobacco? I'm like, did you take this out of that car with that plate that had the loop? And he's like, yeah, such and such car. I'm like, man, take that shit. This is pipe tobacco, dude. This is not weed. He's like, oh. Like, idiot. Matter of fact, I think I took it from him and threw it back in my uncle's car. I'm like, what an idiot. But you never know. Dummies come on all kind of different vibrations. I think my dumbest friend had, what did he bought from somebody? He bought a fish finder. And I've told this story before, but my dumbest friend bought a fish finder and he swore it was navigation. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? The dude shows this to me and I say, this is a fish finder. This ain't a navigation, dude. And I think it was, maybe it was a Garvin fish finder, but it was a fish finder. It wasn't navigation. And this dummy bought this thing thinking it's navigation. Somebody talked him into it. And because it's like, it will show some of the roads and stuff near the lakes, but it mostly just shows you stuff in the lake. So yes, if you drive near a river or a lake, it will show you the river or the lake where you're driving to, but it will also show you the pockets where the fish. So this dude was convinced that this fish finder was a way to go somewhere. You know, it was a Garvin. You know, it's navigation. And so I kept letting him think that. And I was like, okay. But I kept trying, you know, like when you have friends and you like just don't want to tell him that you're really dumb. So I kept trying to like, okay, let's go over to I'm trying to think what was I can't even think of Medicine Lake. I said, okay, let's go over Medicine Lake. Now, of course, Medicine Lake shows 169 highway. And it shows all the other roads, but it shows this big lake, and it shows where the fish are in the lake. And I tried to point this out to him. It's like, okay. I said, okay. So he still didn't get it. So we park, and I rent a pontoon. I was like, okay. Now, if this is a road navigation, it's not going to show us more of the fish. You see how this part right here kind of shows us where the fish are? It's like, yeah, he was just seeing that. And right, why? So watch what it does when we go more deep into the lake. So we take the fish finder. We're on the pontoon. And, you know, I'm kind of mad at him because he's so kind of ain't getting it. And we go out in the middle of the lake. And I'm like, okay. Now, you know, we're dressed up, so we're not really dressed to fish. We didn't go out there to fish. I'm just trying to prove a point to this dude. So I'm like, okay, if we park right here, look what it shows you. What does it show you? He said, well, if this was a fish finder, it would show that we should go fishing right here. I said, that's absolutely correct. And he looked at me. He said, what do you mean, and? I said, well, I told you in the beginning, it was a fish finder, it's not a navigation. And you know what he told me? He's like, well, you know what? That's a bonus. He said, it's a navigation that also will do fish find. I was like, oh, shit. What could I say? This dude said that shit was a bonus. He said it did both. Some people, guys. Have you ever got raided? No, never. Raided. No. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Nah, never got raided. That was interesting. Damn. Yeah, it was. I told a story a few weeks ago. I had one dude, and the dude was so funny. He was Mike, and Mike was really talented. And what Mike actually did is Mike, like on this one dude, he built a metal door, and it was sliding, you know, it was a sliding door in the house, you know. And he built me a metal door too in one of my houses. And matter of fact, he built two for me. So he put one in the back and one in the front. And he put the bars around some of the windows. But there was this one spot where it was interesting because it was the barber. And it was literally a place where you could get your hair cut 24 hours a day. And even if the main barber wasn't there, it was someone else there that would cut your hair really good. And it's probably some crack whores there as well. And there were rooms all around. So, as I told the story before, we were, one reason or another, maybe going up in there, I don't quite remember. But I remember sitting in the parking lot, or no, not even the parking lot. We were just parked in the street. And I remember they had his shit all rated. So that's what it was. It's like we was going over there and we saw what was going on. But where we parked, we could clearly see what they was trying to do. And that door that Mike put up there, and Mike put all the cages around the windows, but he put that door up there, and we just watched them. They couldn't get in Mike's door.
Nothing they did, nothing they brought out, nothing they did could get in that door. He built that door that well. And we sat there and laughed at the police. They tried to raid that place and they couldn't get in there. They could not get in there, and they finally end up coming out. But that door Mike built, and he built me 2 of those. I had a house that had 2 of them, one in the front and the back, but I watched where they couldn't get in his doors. And Mike, like, to do some work, Mike would be like, before the work, he wanted to get high. So he's like, can you give me one for my neck? He's like, well, just give me one for my neck. That's exactly how he would do it. He would always kind of sing it. And so I was like, hey, here you go. And he'd come back, you know, doing his thing in his truck. He'd work his ass off, you know. And we grabbed a guy going to find a fallopian tube. We break the guy going to Home Depot to find a. Oh, my goodness. So, no. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to see. That is interesting. Oh, yeah. That is interesting. Okay. So, yeah. No, never. It was like never. Made, you know, and it's like, luckily I didn't, because made all the mistakes, you know, would keep the dope at the house and stuff at first. Didn't have other places to put it. Never really, I mean, but it's like, what you have to understand is when you hustle, and like I you know, give a perfect example. One of my guys, and I told the story before, you know, when I went to see, damn, what was it? Richard Pryor, Now Which Way Is Up. But I don't even remember. But it's like meeting them cats and going to meet them. But I was like at the movie theater, but I was in the parking lot and met them and went and bought the tickets to one Richard Pryor movie. I can't remember. I'm getting old. I'm an old man. And coming back. And like it was with dude I didn't know. So like my cousin was telling me I knew him, but I didn't know him. Like just like I was really like not trying to meet people, but the deal was a great deal. Again, a dude would buy 8 balls at $230 per. And always wanted like 12 or 14, 15 of them at least. So it was a great deal. But it was the first time dealing with him. And then when I saw him, I was like, fucking, I knew this dude. I was like, okay, oh, yeah, you, I do know. But I remember, you know, I was so coked out that both my nostrils was like packed with white powder. And I done bought tickets and dealing with them. So, now, but that guy, you know, Frank is always coming by, like, I think one time he's like 38 balls. He didn't want the other weight, but he always wanted it bagged up. And I told a story about Frank. I thought at first, Frank had something to do with a murder because we had got some money. He was counting some money to me, and he literally was surprised because it was like maybe $5,000 deal. And you're trying to understand, when you're trying to do something quick and you $5,000, you want to count that shit quick. Because it's easy to see the product, weigh up the product, but it's a lot of times you don't have a money counter. You got money by hand. And anybody out there really think you can count $1,000, really concentrate, and then $2,000 and really concentrate, and $3,000 really, this is under pressure. You don't want to be around this person a whole lot of times, just these quick deals. You understand? So it's when this is this much money and you just sitting in the car, you got to pay attention, or you can really fuck yourself. Because under pressure, if you think you're supposed to get $5,000 and you get quick counted and you really ain't, you know, being on it, you could get cheated. But anyway, we counting this fucking money, and it's like he was counting it, and I've said it before, he was surprised because we got into a couple thousand. He was like, damn, he dropped the shit. And we picked the shit up and the shit was all red. And I really thought it was a murder or something, but it was some stolen money. It was some bank robbery money. Now looking back, it was dye. For years, I really thought it was blood, but that was just dye. So I don't know if he robbed a bank, but somebody that had, and I wouldn't put it past that he robbed a bank because he ended up going down with guns. Every time when we wasn't hustling together, it was like I was seeing, we would just be hanging out, and he always had guns. And I didn't buy. He had an M14 I wish I'd have bought, but that was my guy. And one time we had an informant. I was like, just one of my girls just like told me about an informant one time. One of my girls one time told me about an informant, and I was like, okay. And one of the last times I saw Frank before he got popped, we was sitting at the park. He was like, man, I got this shit. And he just gave me, it was like maybe like it was a 3-4 grams. He just gave it to me. He's like, man, here you go. Like, check this out. And of course he had guns, and we was just sitting there talking. So he throws this to me
you know, and I'm like, okay, thank you. And I put it in a little bag. And matter of fact, the reason why, because my cousin was with me. So me and my cousin was at the park and I didn't really have any. And then I saw him and I was like, hey, y'all. And he's like, here you go. It's like, yeah, you know, just, hey, what's happening? You know? And so he just like, here. But we was sitting in the car together and my friend had told me about this woman and what she drove. And like me and him sitting there, and this chick pulls up in this car. This girl already told me what she looked like, what car she drove. This car pulls up next to me and Frank. And like we both grab our guns and we just look at them like we're gonna shoot these girls. Because it was really like, it was like that moment, like, why are you pulling up next to us? And like, it's funny, the girl that I know was police, she didn't speak. The girl in the passenger seat spoke to me. And me and Frank, like, you know, when they say them 1,000-yard stares, you know, you just look through people. Them girls looked at us like, man, these men might hurt us. You know, they backed up. And we ain't even say nothing to them. But we gave that look like we are two serious men sitting up here. We ain't flirting with you girls. We don't need you girls. You know? So no. I can't say I'm not going to even say lucky. It wasn't lucky. It's just I wasn't sloppy about what I did. A lot of dudes was sloppy about what they did. Like, this show you a perfect example. My best friend I loved, one of my best friends, when I really got on. And I think 50 Cent talks about this in his book on how you had to deal with people. My friend was sloppy. My friend only dealt from his house. My friend started as a weed dealer. He's just a weed dealer. And then when powder cocaine became what it was, that's what he started serving up. You know, social economics, if you understand. So, you know, as me just being a weed dealer, it's not, the pressure isn't as much. You know, the risk isn't as much when you're dealing with weed. So when we was at the weed level, you know, I'd kick it, watch games with him and everything. He's my man. But shit, when that other shit started hitting and the money started being a lot greater, he didn't understand why I couldn't just sit there while he's doing everybody knocking him on the door. He couldn't understand that. Like, he couldn't understand, I had to start moving different. I can't just be sitting over here with you. You do, you can keep doing what you do, which can help me too. But I can't be sitting here, and he didn't understand that. Where I clearly saw I could not be moving just like that. Where I'm posted up where you at? No, hell no. You too sloppy with the way you do it. And he was my man and everything, but still, it was like, why would I risk myself for the way you do things? You got to move different. Yeah, it was, definitely a die pack. and it's funny, I turned the money right around. I did what he did. I put the money in the middle, give it to somebody and they put it in the money counter. You say and I think I traded it for a big 8. It was enough to get a big 8. And I went right, they threw it through the money counter, boom, big 8. 4.5, I think, 4, 5. Yeah, something like that. So, it was like, I didn't have the money very long. I was like, I had that money and I saw that shit. And I really thought, thinking back, I really thought it was blood money. And there was, the whole story was somebody had got killed, got their brains beat in with a hammer. And it was around the same time I'm looking at this money. And I was like, oh shit, that was my first thought. But looking back on it, it was definitely bank money. Let me tell you, I guess I never told this story. That's the dude I went to high school with. This cat was all state. Again, if you look at the different classes of school, A, B, C, and D, this cat quit going to my high school and my high school was A, and then he went to a C school. So, the bigger schools is A, medium, like that. And this cat blew up his senior year, like all state class C. and had a scholarship. Again, it wasn't a great scholarship. It was to Lincoln University, and no knock on Lincoln, but wasn't A&T. Which it's A&T ain't Ohio State. But it's like he had all that locked in. And let me backtrack. This cat's when we was younger, this cat's sister had robbed a bank and got away with it. Like literally got away with it. And if you can understand, in the 70s, it wasn't real, you didn't really have to flex. Things were so cheap. If you had a few grand, and he was one of the first persons I would say that had every color Converse. You understand, what Converse was. Like when the colors came out, some people could only maybe afford one color. And he was the first cat that had like every color. Like you see, he literally had every color. Now I know thinking about it now, people think that's nothing, but back then it was like, wow, it's like this cat is getting these. And his sister, that's what had happened. His sister had robbed a bank and got away. Got away. They flexed, the family flexed. As far as I know, nothing ever was happening. Now, so our senior year, that summer, this motherfucker robs a bank. Like months to go to camp for a full ride scholarship, and this guy gets arrested for robbing a bank. There's a picture of this nigga in the paper running down the street trying to get away from the cops. So he didn't have a car trying to get away. And he did some, he did 4, I think, robbing a bank is 5 years. Whatever Fed time, robbing a bank is 5 years generally. No OFT, I have not. It's been so, well, I spent a few months trying to play football in LA. Like in 80 or 81, like a few months, and went back, and I have to remember what Academy Award was what. And so, no, I don't know LA that well. I know the highways, but like, yeah, neighborhoods and stuff and streets, no, I would be lost. So, the real time I spent in LA was in the early 80s. So I would not know it now, bro. Jesuit ritual, I don't think anyone that's stupid. You could be wrong. Oh, okay. Wow. Oh, we pranked the guy who's going to, okay. Jesuit ritual. Interesting. You got to give me more reference. But that's how people can, that's people will throw away a lifetime. Man, another instance, I know a lady that was a news anchor lady and on TV every day, and didn't properly watch her son, and her son died in their pool. And you have to think, did the money kill them? Because think if they did not have a house with that pool. But again, for them not to afford the house with that pool, they would have had to been doing something other than what they were currently doing. And when some people take on certain responsibilities, some people don't understand that the responsibilities are more than a little bit. Bishop Magbone, we're going to be a live stream together again. Next time I want you. I don't know. You got to catch Sly, but let's just, give me a call. I think you still got my number. Send me an email or whatever. I got to pee again, so I'm going to put this here. I'm an old man. I got to pee a lot. So give me a minute. And we'll be back at it. There we go.
He's around here. Oh, and I didn't even tell the story about my uncle. I'm sorry. Okay. I want to tell the story about my uncle. So, well, this is my aunt's husband's brother, but the way our family was, extended family, I always called him Uncle Gene. Never knew him any less. But he was all state in Michigan. He went to a Class C school, so middle enrollment, but again got caught where a lot of the schools and brothers and times. So he went to Western Michigan, and he went to Western Michigan. Not sure how many years he went there. My mother said he graduated, so maybe. But after he went to Western, he went in the Air Force to hoop during Vietnam, early Vietnam, I'll say that. Maybe 60, 61, he went into the service. But he went into the service. My cousin was telling me that, I've had friends and family that also went in the service, did number hoop. That was what they did. They hooped over. Because you're playing these pro leagues in Europe too. If you're in Europe, you're playing these pro leagues. So if you're on the Army team of whatever your division is, you play in these pro leagues that's in these tournaments. So that's always been an option. I mean, a dude I call my brother, Donnell, took that. And that's all Donnell did. Donnell tell you, I had my own, he had his own apartment. He had ate damn near where the officers ate. And then they took him around to these different tournaments. And that's what he did for the 4 or 5 years he was in there. He hooped the whole time. So my uncle was he made a career out of that. But I understand. I think he graduated from college too. And worked his whole life at the gas company, Consumers Powers, where his brother, my uncle, worked too. My other uncle, my mother's brother, we had like 3 or 4 people. And his brother, as I said before, my one uncle named Buddy, Buddy ended up dying of alcohol poisoning. But Buddy was the kind of cat that would literally go to work with a 12-pack. Go to work, have to be at work at 7, take a 12-pack with him, drink the 12-pack by noon. While at work, I think he got off at 5, he would drink another 12.
All right. Thank you. Old me. That was sweet, though. Damn, let's put me back on. I was looking sweet. Oh, look at me. Don't y'all wish you could be real? Look how clean shaven I look. And I'm like, what, 60 there? Look at me. My tree is right there. My corn stalk. Oh, I am. Oh, all right. Shit. Where's the goddamn shit at? Oh, there it is. Damn. Yeah, I know I be having fun. I just be fucking around having fun. I'm just having fun. All right, let's freeze that. When you got me taking every kind of pill, nothing ever cures my ills. There we go. Where'd you get your funk from? Sly won't call me back at times. Well, Sly is a busy man. I say Sly is a busy man. Oh, no. That's all. He's just a busy man. So, if you want to do something with me, it probably just had to be me and you. Yeah, I had to figure out. Yeah, I'd probably have to. Yeah, I'm still paying for that other bullshit, so I can bring you in probably over there. If you got drafted in NFL, they told you it was scripted, what would you do? It's interesting. I've said this about my college and my team that didn't make sense. Like, one thing that is true of all programs, like when you go into a program, one thing is true when you look at the coach, the head coach. When you go into a program and you look at the head coach, you have to look at like the head coach's background and what he really was, what was his specialty, if you understand. And so my head coach's specialty was defense, even though in college he was I think a tight end. But when he started coaching high school football, he found out his specialty was defense. So technically, he was a defensive coach. Now, I'm not sure what influenced him to try to run the veer offense.
a veer offense was a way to try to keep old-fashioned T football popular by saying you can beat everybody to the corner with speed and option. And at the same time, you could attack that with passes too. That was part of the veer as well. Bootlegs was always open and so forth. And so this was his background. Now, I've said before, we played some teams that we played South Carolina State, and they had Charlie Brown. And Charlie Brown ended up winning Super Bowls with the Redskins. It's like they knew this cat, like, again, when you go through the week, you see, you get the whole scout. Like we wouldn't just get the offense, we would get the whole scout thing. So we would get the scouting form for the offense and the defense. We didn't get it just because we got the whole thing. So we could go through to see everybody. And it was really clear to this dude, just me watching film, that he was going to be a problem. And it was no way, because at the time when we first played him, Rob was a sophomore. And it was just no way Rob could guard him the whole game, man for man. And sure enough, I think the year before when Rob was a freshman, the same thing happened. He got torched. And they went after him again when he was a sophomore. And then because Charlie Brown was maybe a year older than even Rob, maybe 3 years ahead of me. So he had got torched by him twice. So it's like you would have thought when we faced them again, they would have set up something different to face him. And I think that hurt us because we were so predictable. In so many ways, we were so predictable. Now, as I said before, we set a national record. We set the rushing record in 1981. We led the nation in rushing. And I'm not sure when that was broken. I know it wasn't broken by A&T, anybody at A&T. That record is still there. And I started for that team. And that in itself. And the first team in A&T history to win 9 games. The whole team needs to be in the Hall of Fame just for that. And that ain't just tooting my own horn. That's just telling you a fact. That was a great team. Took all of us to get to that point. And really, the game in South Carolina, the game we lost up in New Jersey against South Carolina State, when again I thought we played better defense against them, and really we was Squirrel fumbled a pitch that was a touchdown. And it came to, lack of experience, took his eye off the ball. But that was like, we had them beat too. And we definitely had Tennessee State beat. They took 2 touchdowns away from us. So we had them beat. So we had a chance really to go to the playoffs that year. And again, the playoffs was limited. They limited the football. We had a good team. So, yeah. So, hit me like that, I think I still got that other stuff on there where I can bring you in. I don't know about this. I guess I can bring you in on this too. Yeah, I think so. So, yeah. But I'm the only one that gets to sing, Edward. Magbone, Bishop Magbone. You can't be coming up here singing. You was singing last time. I'm the only one that said, how would Fred do it? God, I can't remember the Inkwells. If I could even think of it. If I couldn't tell, they do it like this, that old 40 music. I can't even remember that shit right now. Fred would do like this, sparkle his head if I, Not nothing like Frankie Lyman. What kind of party is it without Frankie Lyman? And if you haven't listened to the music of Frankie Lyman, you're missing it. Because it's goody-goody for you, and it's goody-goody for me. If you understand. You want some Frankie Lyman in your life. But I don't know. I just talk about things that are joyful. Sorry, I really can't go into deep games tonight because I didn't watch a whole lot of them. I saw the blowout, You know, I saw the blowout with Phoenix the third, fourth quarter, but you know, life goes on. What do you say? Life goes on with me and Diane. You know, life goes on. And it's people. This is funny, and I hope this is no one that's listening to me, because if you're listening to me and don't understand this, it's like just because you don't watch the game, it ain't changing the game. You know, people be like, "Hey, if I didn't watch the game, it's going." No, it didn't. Nothing happened in that game because you didn't watch it was going to happen just because you watched it. Now, for me, I miss moments where I might can film something to convince people to show that the game is fixed. And I don't even know if that it's. I'm at the point of I don't have to convince anybody. I think I pointed out clearly that it's by now it's undeniable. This is, you know, sports are entertainment. That's all sports are. All sports are entertainment. No different than wrestling. Under the same licensing. And like the thing with the the thing with the Astros a couple years ago saying they electronics and hitting on a thing, suspending these brothers because these brothers stupid and gambling on their phones while they're on NFL's facilities. That's petty. That's very petty. You know, guys that's betting on baseball and the betting is so quick and you're betting after practice, you're coming in here. Some of the stuff, they ain't really even got to be there. They made the mistake of betting there. And it's trying to make a point about fixed sports. I mean, if you listened to me and read the article, NFL is the only entertainment sports business that can bet on other sports. The other sports can't bet on anything. They can't bet on other sports, but the NFL can. And again, I got a book that the guy tells you in the 70s how crooked the NFL has always been. And the NFL was created by gamblers. So it was always going to be a venture. It was never going to be on the up and up. From its inception, it was never meant to be fair or equal. I mean, if you look at the NBA and the Celtics winning 8 straight championships, do you know why they won 8 straight championships? Because that's what kept the NBA alive. By them fixing it for the Celtics, despite there was a giant Wilt Chamberlain out there, and every year still the Celtics won, that kept NBA alive. If you can dig it. Man, I hate to say it. This shit is nice. This motherfuckers don't be wearing these baseball jackets. It's still cold up here, y'all. That's why I love when they put this stuff on sale. That to me is like them promoting me. And I buy most of my stuff from them. So I don't mind. When they give me sales and I buy shit and they give me money back, I spend the money back with them. I am a big supporter of Polo and Macy's. And you ain't got to give it to me. I got enough where I can get it myself. You just put it on sale. You put it at the outlet, baby. I go get it there. Because you make it affordable to me, baby. And the shit is good. Good shit. What you have to understand about clothes. Levi's are, if you work every day and you got you 5 pair of Levi's, they would last you for years. They would last through all the washings. I mean, if you don't have uniforms. Compared to you trying to get other clothes. Saying if you had to work a tough job, every day you get dirty. If you had 5 pair of Levi's, them Levi's would last you a long time. That's just the way they made. No matter how dirty you get them, no matter how beat up you get them, muddy, whatever, their clothes would last you. They're not made. They were not just made for the fashion. And I got food. I'm gonna tell you, I got food. I started buying that stretchy stuff, not realizing it was stretchy and regular. I've really been getting food by some of this stuff. Today I was like, wait a minute, that's why. Because I think I got 3 pairs of stretchies because I only buy 505s. I don't like 501s. That's too much work on the crotch. I don't like all that damn buttoning. And then we got my daughter a bunch of, school clothes and summer clothes, which she can do both. Plus, my fiance and my mother, they buying her shit too. So, but the quality of clothes that'll last you. It's like hanging up clothes compared to folding clothes. Shirts last longer if you hang them up. Suits, they last longer if you hang them up. You got to hang a suit up. Let me tell you the disrespect, though, and I guess I should have talked shit. And it's easy to see how much this shit costs. It's no secret. This shit ain't a secret how much this shit costs. This shit is regular $198, all right? Today, friends and family, the shit was like $138. I watched this dude. It was a European dude, ringing up stuff. And this shirt, this dude bought do you guys know what seersucker is? Do you know what seersucker clothes is? Seersucker clothes is like, it's like a suit with big stripes or little stripes. It's like just some simple shit. And he gave this dude a coat bag or a suit bag. He took this, and I have to sometimes just not be the destroyer. And I watched him fold it up and put it into a regular bag. And not give me the hanger. And sometimes you just have to take it. That was like to me a diss. You feel me? Because combined, shit, how much yeah. It's a whole nother thing. But we spent a lot of money in this store, today. Easily. Wow. Trying to think how much, 3, 5, like $700-800 combined. And, to fold my shit up like this compared to that jacket that cost way less than this cost. And of course I could have made, a fit. But did it hurt anything? No, it didn't. Motherfucker still looks great on me. But it's just still the mindset. And again, it could have been the dude's prom, Maybe he ain't got no style. And that's all they could get him for prom. That could be. And he wanted him to have the prom experience. But he saw this luxurious polo baseball jacket. And it was way sweeter than that shit. He put it in the bag, so. But do you understand my pain? Florida, no doubt, Florida. Yeah, Florida. Used to go down to Florida. My best friend, actually the trips to Florida started when I lived in North Carolina. One time we literally did this. We went to Florida and we had so much weed, we kind of built a scarecrow weed dude. Literally we filled this body, we filled the leg, we built the pants with pounds of weed. We build the body and we build the arms and the long sleeve shirt. That's how much weed we had, and the trunk full of weed. And we went from Florida to Greensboro like that. And that was a great summer to have all that. That was some good gold weed. Yeah. So, and that's what opened up, when the cane stuff started coming in, that's what opened up all that. Cause we already knew really the cane thing was, I've said this before and I don't even remember how it really worked, but it was we had a guy that operated one of those heavy cranes. And my best friend from A&T was down in Florida. So when we switched, what would happen is it was something, and I'm trying to remember. So it was again, we had all the credentials to be on the docks, because Miami has, it's docks down there, those cranes, and the freights. And so it was something that if they dropped one, If they dropped one, it was a different procedure on the way you had to go into it. And for some reason, we had access to, I don't know if it was ours that was dropped. I don't remember, but it was like that was our way to get it for a minute. We were able to get it out of the dock. Forget why the seals, why none of that mattered, but it was like for a minute we was able to get that, and we was able to get that, and then from there, from Miami, go all the way back to Michigan. I went by train. Took some edibles, cooked up some shit down there, took some edibles, and took that long ass train ride back, and drove a bunch of times. I mean, this is how like I've said how dirty they would do people. Like guys who just, it wasn't, they would start trusting people and sending mules, and guys would send 2 people, and they would kind of hope one person got caught, or even as the person got near Michigan, get that person caught. They would do that. And I've watched people get fake bust, fake bust. Word is out, so-and-so got busted, and they did the bust and stuff. I watched all that. Like my guy, he was always bragging about CDs, and I watched where they froze all his CDs, and he was kind of busted for a minute. Like he gave a dude $20,000, and for the dude to go in the house. Like he was getting high and was so weak in his mind where he actually gave this dude $20,000 to go get it in the house. And the dude went in the house, and the dude went out the back door on him. Probably threw them 4 or 5 and went out the back door, and he's banging on the door with a pistol. He was that stupid and high out his mind. So yeah, just down to Florida, back to Michigan. As I said before, like Detroit was like, if you needed, like, Detroit was great because the prices in Detroit were cheaper. Comparative, like the dudes who would cut into us from Chicago, they were paying a lot more. Chicago was probably at one point where in Detroit, say really, if you really broke it down to like how much ounces would be, and generally ounces was in Detroit was generally between, and this was like 80, 81, 82, 83, generally 500 to 8, no more than 8. Comparative as you went further, and by the time you got to Chicago, that ounce was worth about 1,500. So that's kind of, it was cheaper to get them in Detroit, because again, as I mentioned, Detroit's connection to Hudson River was a lot better connection. And so, like, if we wanted up to a big 8, which was like $4,800 to get 4.5 ounces, we would just go to Detroit. Or just say, we was just getting ounces. Like, say you want an ounce of powder and you want an ounce of crack. Just shoot to Detroit for $1,800. And, just, you wasn't really big time, but you just had enough to, triple your money. It's pretty easy to do. You see, it's like, I don't know, that's what was offered. I mean, and most people worked. Like, even like if you did that, you still worked. Like, none of us just didn't do nothing. Like, I didn't know anybody that did hustled and just didn't do nothing. Like I said before, we had a team in a league of just hustlers, where the whole team was just hustlers. And, we paid ourselves to be in all these semi-pro teams. So it was nobody I knew that just didn't do nothing. People say, you just selling drugs all day. No, I never knew anybody that's all they did. Everybody else did several things. So, that's one thing that's a fallacy if you try to put it on people, that people was just so one-sided. Everybody also did something else. Wasn't just, like everybody was just greedy for the money, like everybody was, and that's the bad publicity of those times. It wasn't necessarily like that. There's people that didn't try to be, it's just be average. There was people that hustle was just average. Like, there's people that had nice cars, had phones in cars when they wasn't, but it was like, these was average cars they had these phones in. I know my guy Frog, and Frog was very cool. Very cool. The way we built business, like, again, he was bringing these 700
600 prices from the D, and he's riding the city with me because we was playing semi-pro morning league. And I loved his presentation. The cars was always average cars, but phones in all of them, and just straight business, you know. And we was playing, and he's like, man, they saying you good guy to know. Yeah, yeah, pretty good. And what do you know? This is it. That is what I need. Good guy. So, but you know, he some people, what you don't have to what you have to understand is there are people that get in positions. As I was saying, some people don't want to go buy their own stuff. Like when it comes to go getting a key, it's dudes that won't go get the key. They'll send other people because they don't know. And they can risk losing the money. And the deal going in is the other person gets stung. He taking it. If you understand. And so it was a place. It ended up being like I wouldn't even say that, but common restaurant bar. It was like a liquor store in front of a restaurant. So people kind of you could go, you know, you could mingle through there. You know, if you just wanted to quick meet a person. And yeah, dude met there to try to sell her a key. You know, you understand how stupid the guy was. It was really stupid. It was one of his guys. So he took that L. So that was the kind of guy he was. Because I remember seeing him. He was like, yeah, that was my L. But, you know, everybody's talking about it. It's like, you know, because we knew the dude who got caught. It was no way it was him. And everybody was like, and then he was like, yeah, that was me. So he had to take that hit. But see, again, he was scary like that. I mean, you could say cautious because that could have been him. And as I said, the dude knew going in, if it was a bad deal, the dude was going to take all of it. Now, I told the story before. My friend that did 16 years, he got caught with 4 keys by a dude that already had got caught. And within him being in the prison 6 months, you know, before this sentence, you know, the people put $250,000 on his family. Like he had just been caught. The people went to his family and dropped 250 G's. Said, we got to eat this. And he did 16 and never told on nobody. But that was done to his family in the very beginning. He did 16 years because Michigan was giving people life without parole for 300 and some grams. And that's, you know, white boy Rick, again, it's a whole kind of thing. But he was one of the second or third people. Do you know one lady in Detroit this is where her story. This lady picked her man up from somewhere, probably Florida somewhere. She's driving the guy home. They get caught. He has keys in his luggage. And they gave this woman life without parole. And all she did is picked him up at the airport. If she knew, I can't say her name. And as I said, my friend played football at the University of Michigan. 4-year scholarship, probably played 5 years. He probably got the red shirt year. He probably played 5 years. Never really played, if you understand. But when he got out of prison, had a job. He ref with us, but he had a job. He refs with us. He was reffing with us. He ate them 16 years, and when he got out, everything was set up. I'm Facebook friends with him. I can call the dude anytime. So do you understand? How real G's just sit there. They understand the game that's being played. They just took it. PG, I know you're in here. What's happening? The targets. What's the targets? What's the furthest? The biggest amount. Well, it was a couple deals. One deal I lost, and I could have come out. Yeah, one deal I didn't jump on it, and I lost about 30 grand. I didn't jump on it. That's the biggest deal I lost. But the biggest deal is it's just really getting Like at one time, being able to make about 30 grand and going down south, going down to Florida and getting 3 keys. That was pretty standard. Because people don't, they show these documentaries and everything, and they act like it's so easy to get rid of all this. And that's a lot. I mean, people don't understand is like when you went to these small cities, you just couldn't just all of a sudden just cook up a key worth of shit and think that it ain't gonna change things. Even 2 cities or even 3 cities. Like you can just come and just dominate your product into an environment that ain't nobody gonna notice. Do you know how hard, like even if you had, just on a simple note, do you know if you just had really good dope and you had the best dope that was going around that day, how many ears and eyes is on why you got different dope? You could just have an ounce and just have an ounce of rock or just an ounce of powder, and your powder is so much better than all of it. Do you know how many ears and eyes is wondering why your product is different? So that's crazy where they say all these stories and that people could just sit on this. I mean, think of how much a key is just by itself. You're talking about 3.5 pounds. And you're talking about ounces and grams? I mean, it's not as easy as these stories make it sound like. But I mean, really, I'll say this, of like some of the music is definitely right. It was really a time where if you could hustle enough to get 4.5, you really could get keys. Like, really, it just depends. Like, you could sometime get keys. If you had 12, you could be at the right spot in the north and get keys. And that really could change your life. It really could. It really could be enough to kind of financially put you at a point. But again, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And again, we're not talking about, like, I never dealt with just people standing on the street. That's that like that. I don't know what that is, where people stood on the street. I never lived in the city. Well, other than, what year was that? Other than when it really hit Kalamazoo. That's the only time it was really on the street. And that was 88. When 88 hit and Kalamazoo got cracked, that was the only time where it really was the street thing where I lived. Because 88, it was like I was just already knew about crack. And it hit, if you know, it's like it hit Chicago late. Crack hit Chicago late. Parts of Michigan, it really wasn't there. And in that summer of 88, it hit, and I was ready. And parts of a small city, it was like 10,000 people overnight. 10,000 people engulfed the area constantly for almost 2 years. If that's easy to imagine. If you talk about a 3 or 4 block area that was engulfed with just selling crack. Yeah. And it was nothing they could do about it. It was too many people doing it. It was too many people out there, and it was nothing the police could do. It was too many people. And when I would say for a good 2 years, they did not know what to do. It was so many people constantly. And then finally the third summer came, because this thing didn't even like slow down in the wintertime. It was just constant, everybody. Who you gonna get? You trying to get people who? It was too many people, too much, everybody. I guess the one thing that if you could make a show that was just continuous outside on the block grinding, that is what I saw. Like for almost 2 years, nonstop. Like so many people, again, 10,000, it was estimated it was 10,000 people doing this nonstop all the time. On this one area of this city of 100,000 people. I mean, literally, we had people going on shifts on this stuff. It's like people in the shifts. And it was so cool. Like I had that old 1980. I had an 80 Audi 5000 maybe. I mean, the old one that wasn't even all-wheel drive. Had the old crank. But the cool thing it had cigarette lighters in every door. And you could sit in the back seat and have that big ass, remember the big box phones? You got a phone plugged in. You got it plugged in long as forever. It'd never die. And it just sat out there, you know. And that was the only time, that my only really, you know, that was my only time that it was street work. It was never street work after that. And that was, you know, again, that was the time in a rare instance. So, but you know, it was different. It was different. Because I remember, you know, meeting the hustlers up in DC, and it was, you know, it was a whole different thing. And I'll say this, it's like, you know, as you know, you talk about trying to make your business more of a finance or finesse, I guess, it turned into like dealing with the dudes in Chicago, because it was like Chicago was paying more for everything. I mean, that's what it was clear to see. It's just they paid more for everything. As you went from Kalamazoo to Ben Harbor and all them little towns, but it was like, it was more expensive going that way. And so the people that were successful going that way, and again, that way was heavily surveillanced, but still, it was just too much traffic going through that way. And later, you know, one of my greatest, one of my friends just was like, that lived in Gary. Like, well, I was in Gary with him and saw him. Like, I think we was at a Bulls game and saw him. And he's like, man, come by in the morning. I want to talk to you. And I was like, okay, cool. And, you know, Chicago, even Gary, like, hats, that is just, you know, it was like straight hat, if you understand. It's like, you just couldn't make a mistake of it this way or that way. Gary, but it was Vice Lords, I think. So it's like, I always felt, even though my family lived in, or one of my uncles lived in Gary, it was still. And I go to see him, and this dude opens up we go to his garage, and it's like just full of bud, like brown, good Colombian. It's like, oh, he's like, this is my problem. And so, yeah, that was nice running into that. And I'll say, you know, even though I had a shootout over weed, that was the easiest hustle, was the weed. You know, I emptied that garage, I think in like 30, 40 days, I emptied the garage. He's just fronting me, you know, first, and then I just going back and buying it and emptied the garage in about 30 some days. Yeah, but it was just intense going to Gary. You know, it's just, you know, and then if you want to go fuck around in Chicago, I mean, it's just, the hat thing was real back then. It's like, man, and so I would wear fedoras and shit. So it's like, I'd wear fedoras, so that is neutral. Well, even the pictures show some hats. No, never that way. Never that way. That's never that way. Nah. Like, you know, I met cats down in East St. Louis, but nah. Didn't even move with dudes in Atlanta. You know, it was just straight Miami. My best friend still live in Miami, and it was like, nah, it's nothing but the Miami cats. And I tell you, what was, you know, people don't understand too is, like, some ways it was kind of dangerous dealing with cats too. Like Jamaican cats was really like dangerous cats, because it was if you, at least the Jamaicans I dealt with that was friends with my guy in Florida, it was almost, yeah, it's like you don't understand how to set up these deals take. Like, you talk to somebody and you got a certain amount of money, and then you talking about time, and you talking about going down there. However you go down there, you know, you can go down there and have your money flown to you or sent to you, so you ain't gotta just drive all the time. But, you know, however you thinking going back and forth to be the most successful. And, you know, it's not like you just showing up. You know, like you just go in Miami and all of a sudden, hey, I want a key. Hey, do you got a key? Do you got a key? Can I get a key from you? It's never like that. That's a way to get yourself killed. So if anybody says they was just able to go to Miami and just ask around, that's the stupidest shit in the world. So I'm saying where it's dangerous is you are setting up these big money deals with these people that are serious people. And back then, if you're saying, I'm coming down there with this amount of money to do this amount of things, they are expecting me to come. And there's some instances where if people had mistakes, like say you do it a couple times and one time you make a mistake, then people come looking for you. And I guess they it's like the thing, gang in and gang out. I mean, it was not it wasn't a thing that it's like, it's, somebody broke in my house and took all my money. It was never that. So this was a serious endeavor. It was like you talking to these people, and these people, if you're not coming through and going down there and giving this money to these people, because it became a point where the people would bring the stuff to Michigan. I mean, I've talked about that before. The NAFTA was one of the greatest ways to hustle ever. That freed up so much money to come through NAFTA. That was a hustler's paradise. When Clinton or whoever did that NAFTA stuff, weed was almost legal, it seemed like. Especially. But so people don't tell those stories, it's like I just went to Colombia and I was able to. No, you get these relationships with these people, and these people know you. They like they don't know you. You just show up a couple. No, these people kind of know you because you go down there and you travel. Think about being young. Think about how you travel. You travel with your family sometime. You travel to your family in these islands and stuff. You meet different people in different circumstances. So you get to know these people. So to just say that, it's a simple mistake, people won't take that. They'll take that as, man, as you telling. People come to you and say, well, this, that, and I can put this together. And they could never put it together. So. Oh, well, guys, I think I'm going to give you some more vintage Big Pontiac because I got to pee again. I'm an old man. And I refuse to suffer in my own house. I want to see if they'll ever say this shit is copyrighted, my shit. Okay, I like the way that looks. Oh, okay. All right, I always look good.
Somewhere, and they gonna get Bronny, and Bronny gonna end up being the number 1 pick. Hell, if they brought that dude from France to be a number 2 pick, Bronny gonna be a number 1 pick. Now, Bronny's team won't win the championship. They'll set where he won't win the championship, but he's going to have good stats. So wherever he ends up, he's going to have good stats. Let me say this before I switch over. Obama had quit going after gun cases. A lot of people would get if you I got a friend that did 8 years. He's doing 8 years. He might be out now, but he got caught with a gun. And so he got caught before Obama. Maybe early Obama. But Obama has stopped federally going after, gun cases if there wasn't a violent crime. So there's no violent crime. They wasn't going after the cases. The senator from Alabama that was over the the Justice Department, what was his name? Little short dude. No, he was from Georgia. That dude, before Trump fired him, Sessions, I want to say Jeff Sessions, that dude put in a new decree that they were going to go after prosecuting gun cases again for having a gun. Having a gun, but with a non-violent, you just got caught with a gun. Under Obama, they wasn't going after people. Jeff Sessions, before Trump fired him, that's one thing he got through where they were going after people federally. for having these guns, almost like rob a bank. You rob a bank, that's automatically 5 years Fed time. Not state time, Fed time. So what we saw today is the legal right for people to carry guns. And all these states that's trying to push back.
For what he has, he says that the only way that we can solve our problem is to unite together among ourselves, among our own kind, clean ourselves up, rid ourselves of the evils that we've become addicted to here in this society, and try and...
It's cool enough just being cool, like I am, chilling. My eye, plus I'm in love with a bitch I can't stand. Joe Vijay. He looked down, seen her feet, the nigga went berserk, killed the monkey, threw the bat out the window, start kicking that bitch in the air.
All right, I'm back fucking around. I'm in love with a bitch I can't stand. That used to be my boy's mom. I couldn't stand her. Mystical pimp. I liked it. I used to call myself the gorilla pimp. Because again, all a pimp is a person that gets people to do what they need them to do. It's nothing more than that. But I used to say that the ninja part was, again, is a person that can weave in and out of anything. Like, take example, and as I've said this, I said, no matter what point in my life, I've always hooped. I always played semi-pro basketball. And so, at the same times, I am still socially being a part of society. When in my 20s, my ex-wife and I, before we had children, we're traveling. When there's social functions around, we're doing all those social functions. I've never been a church person, but, socially around other black folks and my family, of course. My Ampey family in Michigan is a fairly large family. So, we're constantly doing that too. We're doing all the things that young people do. My ex-wife's from North Carolina, so every summer we spent D.C. and North Carolina. So I knew people everywhere. We'd go to D.C. and spend a month in D.C. Doing it in the park, doing it after dark. Oh yeah, Rock Creek Park. Oh yeah, after dark. There'd be speakers in the trees and shit. That's in Silver Springs, Maryland. And then go-go music and cabarets. That's how we was giving cabarets in Detroit. I learned about cabarets in D.C. first. And here in Chuck Brown, what is it? Bear Essence? The go-go groups? They was saying that one of the children in the song, Sardines, hey, and pork and beans. He was some kind of killer. I saw something recently. I remember that song and the video. I used to have the disc because it was a remix of it. It was a 12-inch of that stuff. Sardines, hey, and pork. It was in some movie. So I would spend a month in D.C. and about a month in North Carolina every summer. So I did what young people did. I saw how people was hustling all around there. The problem I had in North Carolina was I couldn't hoop outside. I couldn't work out. That was out. Shit, I'd go to North Carolina in June. Do you know how hot it is? It'd be 110 all day. And I ain't know nobody for no gyms. Like, I would try to go hoop, and it was like, no. And luckily, my brother-in-law knew some people in Raleigh, where, I go to Raleigh and put some work in on them people in Raleigh. Because, taking, a couple months off in the summer for a dude that, this is what I do is it's tough. You got to find somewhere to try to work out. But I remember just kind of going out every day at 100-some degree weather. It's like, yeah, I'm not going to be out here very long. So, yeah, we lived that life as young people. And I have no regrets. I have no regrets. I only try to learn to be better. That's all. That's all we can ever do, is just do better. Yeah, I've been through Iowa. I've been to Iowa. My best friend's wife grew up in Iowa. I've been to Arkansas. I had to go to Arkansas. We we went to my daughter's my daughter has some in-laws. We went to a wedding one time in Iowa, and then to go to Arkansas or go to Missouri, you got to go through Iowa. Never, spent a night there. But yeah, I've been through Iowa. It's not very far. Stillwater, it's right there. So yeah, where Iowa has all the air windmills. The windmills, and those windmills run on diesel. That's what they fooled everybody. When you see the giant windmills, some of the time those giant windmills operate on diesel. And then they're made out of material that you can't really destroy. Like you go to Iowa, like go down, what is it, 35E. Shit, 35E will take me all the way to Kansas City. Yeah. Keep going south, 35E. I live right off 35E. So anybody looking for me, I ain't hard to find. I ain't hiding from nobody. It's not like, you like, well, he's hiding. No, nigga, I'm not hiding. I'm right here. It's not hard to find my real name. I tell my real name all the time. It's not that big a deal to me. Just a regular guy. Family man. Family man. Oh, yeah. But never really spend any time. It was some gas station that down there that had the funniest name. I took a picture. It's just funny the way the name of it was. It was kind of funny. I can't remember it now. So, yeah. As all things, you have to change. People have to change, and you just have to figure out other ways. Even the people that, as I said, people that did the illegal ways, always had jobs. And so when you couldn't do any hustles, like one of my hustles became, fixing cars. Brakes was my greatest hustle. People need brakes every day, especially cars in the 80s and 90s. So that was a great hustle, fixing brakes all the time. Like, and I didn't even have to fix the brakes. I just knew people that needed their brakes fixed. And like two of my best friends was mechanics. And so, that was one of the things, like came, and it's like, word of mouth. Oh, you can get my brakes. They take the brakes to the store and the store tell them $200. I say 50 and I'll make 15 off the deal. Or I'll make 20 off the deal. They go to a store and they'll tell them $200. And they're like, well, can you fix my brakes? And I'm saying $50 or 60 compared to 200. What's the average person going to do? They're going to, opt for, and I'd make 20, sometimes $30. It just depends on who it was. If it was a relative, then I'd make maybe $15. But if it was somebody I really, was just cool with, I'm going to make $20. My guy's going to make 40 or 30. We make them buy the parts. You get the parts, or they give us the money for the parts. And the parts was brakes, again, in the 90s, brakes in the 90s or even early 2000, what, 20, 30, $40 at the most? Compared to going somewhere, two something plus. So, one of my guys, one of my guys bought him a thing of Freon. And off that one can of Freon, God, what did he pay for that can of Freon? Trying to, give a realistic number. Wasn't that expensive. And he made a couple grand off that one can of Freon. Can't remember what he bought it for, but it was like within less than 100. And it was just a small can. And he just would recharge people's air conditioning. And he made a couple grand like that off that one little can. So it's a lot of just hustles out there. So, wasn't just totally illegal. Yeah, I mean, that's the way to really do it. That's what we used to call slow roll, or the slow pimp, slow pimping. You slow pimp. You know, or you slow roll. That's what a lot of people need to be. It's just slow roll. You know, you slow roll your life, whatever your hustles are, you do it in a way that you don't do suspicion. It's like, it's funny. My fiance whispered, she's like, your mother didn't see your other ring. But if you always look a certain way, I always wear rings. Like, it's funny, she noticed, like, she noticed the ring on my chain. Like, of all my rings, she's like, you're not wearing this other ring. It's like, because I'm wearing this one on my chain. She's like, you usually wear the other one. Because I think she was talking about this one. She's like, you usually wear that one on your chain. Why? She was like, it was almost like I didn't have it. She's like, why do you have that one around your neck and not the other one? You always have the other one around your neck. But she didn't notice the other one, which I kind of, so it's just funny. Yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah, people used Similac back then because it was cheaper. Similac was cheaper. Same color, didn't really turn the color. But, you know, as far as cooking, you couldn't cook with that. You know, it didn't do anything as far as cooking. But as far as a powder cut, yeah. But Manitoff was way better. Manitoff to me was the other, this other chemical. Again, I've got to get what's his name, Leary's book, or no, Larry Levin book, Dr. Ice. Whatever that chemical was, I used to get that chemical, and I talked about that the other night. That was the best chemical for any cut by far. They tell you right in the book how to do it. You'd get the Coke, and whatever this chemical was, you put it in a spray bottle, and like say you was holding an ounce of Coke. You know, an ounce of Coke is like, depending on the density, it's just a little bit bigger than this. Say, just a little bit fatter, but it's like you got this. And then you spray this shit on it. You just like, I mean, you literally would see it just grow. Like you would spray this stuff on it and you would just, and you put it under a heat lamp. And it's just like they describe in the book. You apply this stuff to this powder and it would do what he shows you. So that's in that book. If you get that, because Larry Levin, this dude does interviews and shit. Now I found some shit on it. But I read that book when he first went in jail, whenever the book came out. But that chemical right there, that was the best cut. And I can't remember what that chemical was. But other than just, you know, a cheap thing, Manitoff was the best. And that was a laxative, a type of laxative. But this stuff was like, it's not chalk. But that's what, like, seeing it, that's the only way I could describe it. If you saw like a little clump of this stuff, like a little square of it. If I had a little like square of it, you would think it's chalk. But then you would grab this little chunk and it don't weigh nothing. It's like it was just the lightest of stuff. And what was so cool about it when you mixed it with cocaine is when you cut the cocaine and you put this stuff to it, the cocaine absorbed it. And it was really a weird chemical reaction because the mannitol was really nothing. But the cocaine really absorbed this mannitol and it really didn't change it. It's like you cut the mannitol into this, and like some cuts, you could see it change. Like Similac. If you took Similac and you cut Similac with even a large amount, you could see like the difference in texture. Like a person that really knew what they had could look at the texture and say that this texture was a little different in the cut. Because again, you couldn't really taste this stuff because cocaine is so strong, no matter what you cut it with, damn near, you can't taste it. It's going to make your mouth numb. If you got even say 60% pure, still going to make your mouth, you know, so that's not a good way. Bleach is the best way to see how pure your shit is, you know. Because cocaine is one of the few things that will stay on bleach. If you understand, cocaine one of the few things that if you apply it to bleach, it won't dissipate. Cut will dissipate. Cocaine will stay there. It's one of the few things. And that's a cheap way to see what you got. Cute, cheap, easy trick. You pour this shit in there, and if everything disappears, you ain't got coke. It's that simple. With bleach. That was an old trick. But mannitol like say you had several blocks and say like even just a big eight, not even that much, say just 2 ounces, and you had all those blocks of mannitol and you start cutting it in, it really, the cocaine absorbs this shit. It's really an interesting process. And so by the time you got all this, just because again, you talking about powder and you press it all together. Because you get an old fashioned press, like just a press, like, with wood blocks, and you just press it all together, and you let it sit. And then, that stuff would be, you let it sit and then you bring it out and, you cutting it off like a brick again. So the people get it, it seems pure. And that mannitol really, it just would make people go to the bathroom, no doubt. You're storing this shit that is a laxative. And so no matter how you get the laxative, it would make you shit. So, but it was, it wasn't like it was giving people blowouts. So that was the best stuff. But that other chemical, get that book, Larry Lavin's book, Dr. Ice, I think it's called. That, whatever that chemical was, and as I said, I just lucked into it because one of my guys just became a pharmacist. And we was all hanging out, and I read the book, and I was like, just fucking with him. I was like, Maurice, can you get this? He's like, oh, you want that? I'm like, can you get that and sell that to me? He's like, how much you want? I said, can I get a couple gallons? He's like, yeah, this shit's about $30. Like, okay. And went in there and just bought this shit from him. He gave me a couple gallons of that shit. Like, it was nothing. Like, I bought this shit from a pharmacist. Do you understand? I went in there, saw my man. He brought out these chemicals, and I just bought it from him. No questions asked. I mean, this is my friend. But so it was nothing really illegal to buy those couple gallons he gave me, whatever that shit was called. So maybe somebody out there know what it's called. I can't read. I'd have to have a book again to remember that chemical. But that's how I bought it. That's how, and that was the best stuff. But again, this is powder, not crack. So crack was different. Crack was a completely different chemical. And that said, it's amount of non-chemical. People's addicted to non-chemicals, I mean, it's really insanity, psychosis, what the government. And I saw that fake dope here. And I definitely saw that fake dope. Well, I saw it mostly here, but I ran into it in Michigan a few times. Now, in Kalamazoo specifically, where them people wasn't smoking dope and was acting still crazy. And that's a fact. Where, it was, the people was totally given a placebo. If you understand psychology, these people was totally given a placebo and still had the same behavior. And I've talked about this many times. You guys listening to me, this is some repeat shit. So it just shows you. Like even crack addiction, the way it was really looked at is like the new thing. People forget that. I mean, it wasn't just, it wasn't like Snowfall. Where Snowfall just showed people, and no, it was not like that. It was not like, crack was never like it was just everybody gonna do it. It was never like that. At first, it's still, again, everybody didn't know how to cook it. So at first, it still wasn't just, just everybody. You wasn't talking about everybody doing it until really the late 90s, 2000s. Still, for a long time, powder was still prevalent. And then by the late 90s and early 2000s, that's when, it was just straight crack. So, the way of simplicity was the Noteo stage. Wise one, Teus Masters was known by his simplicity. Talk about instant diarrhea. But yeah, the placebo effect, no doubt. No doubt. It was definitely, I saw it here and I saw it, somebody like tried to do a good deal here. And that's like, what is this? Like really, like again, the bleach test is the simplest test. Cocaine floats on bleach. Now, anybody want to hustle? If you a hustler and you got powder cocaine, take some bleach. See, cocaine floats on bleach. That's the simplest test. to see what you got. If you got some shit and everything disappears, this is a true story. I knew some dudes. I told them, don't go up and do it. They went to New York and they bought some ounces from some guys in New York. Okay? They go to New York, they have ounces. They don't have snowballs or ice. They have what they look at as they think that it's powder cocaine. Don't you know in a matter of 20 hours what they had like almost dissipated? It almost melting ain't even the real word. It almost melted, but not in it didn't melt in the standard way of melting. So whatever they bought dissipated, like, I don't know, maybe it did melt, but they got burnt like that. Bought some bullshit in New York and the shit literally melted by the time they got back. So I don't know what they bought. I don't know what they bought. But that was the weirdest story I'd ever heard. But he's like, yeah, man, we bought this stuff and man, we, put it in our stuff and we got back. And we saw our stuff the whole time. It wasn't nothing in the bag. The bag, like it was maybe some oil or something. So that was the biggest, one of the biggest like dudes that lost some money. So it's nothing glamorous or nothing like that. I mean, there was just, again, the lack of opportunities. I mean, think of a guy like me, I'm used to being around these college educated people, these professionals. And, all of a sudden I moved to another state and it's like there's very limited opportunity. The opportunities is way less than what I was working. And all of a sudden I'm supposed to have the same kind of lifestyle having way less. And then there's this new thing because I know some people. And that's really how it all started. Because that was where the opportunities was leading to. It's like I tried the other stuff. And it's some humbling shit if you just think at any time in history, like the only time you could live, well, I don't know, but trying to live in 1980s on $5 a day, $5 an hour is just no way to live. I mean, you was literally a slave. I mean, look at the minimum wage even today. The minimum wage is still like $7, $8. I don't think the minimum wage is up to 10. Like the city of Minneapolis just passed another living wage, it's $15. So anything in the city, almost all the suburbs, it's $15, $16. That's about the least you're gonna make. But that's when they say inflation, right? That's what they try to tell you. Well, we got to pay more, things cost more. Like the lie of the gas. You really think the gas costs more because of OPEC? We know better than that. OPEC ain't got shit to do with the price of gas. Because there's enough gas in America. We invented gas. So you tell me the inventor is going to run out of gas? Do I need to repeat that? I think I do. I think I need to repeat that.
Joe Vij!
I think I need to repeat that.
You're a philosopher? You're a philosopher? You're a philosopher? You're a philosopher?
Meth as a cut? Nah. I never really came across a lot of that. Not really. Never really came across a lot of that. One of the little nieces or something came through. She was trying to be impressive. And she had some of that shit, a plate full of that shit. And that was the only time I was really exposed to it. And I tried some of that shit one time and I was like, oh no, what is this poison? So never that. Never that. That was like the only time I ever came across it. I mean, I imagine like some people, some people had it. Never says a cut, but it was like people like had it. Some people would front and say they got cocaine, and you're like, this fucking crystal meth. You taste it too. It tastes different. That's the difference, really, the big difference. Like cane, you taste it, it's go numb your mouth, but fucking crystal meth is like blah tasting and you snort it, it's blah. It's like cocaine has a, man, as a endorphin, it has a, certain cocaines have a sweet smell. It's like maybe smokers can relate to this. It's like cocaine really has a smell, like especially powder cocaine, and I guess crack a little bit, but not as much. But just like cocaine in itself has a smell, where if you smell that, it would start reacting all the things if you was an addict. Just the smell of it. It is a distinct, sweet type of smell. Nothing like that with meth. Nothing. Like even crack smoke is still that cocaine type of smell, but meth is totally different smell, you know. So no, I never came across that much of it. Never came across a lot of meth. Not at all. That was the most. The little niece had that that one time, and that was the most I'd ever seen. And like I've never seen anybody shoot it or smoke it. Just the one time she had that shit, that's the only time I ever came across it. So, as I was saying, you know, the movie Black Ice, you know, that movie showed the nation what the shit is. Well, that's what that did. But I never saw no shit like that. Like that movie Crank with John Leguizamo that showed, you know, the different levels. I never dealt with none of that. I never knew how to, you know it. But I saw, I'll say this, I predicted like, if you look at cycles of what people do in human behavior, you knew that the crack behavior only had a certain life. And if you had any foresight, you would see that there was going to be something after crack. And like one thing I saw is I was like, yeah, the people like me sitting in Michigan before I moved here, one thing that became clear, because again, heroin never went away. Heroin was the one thing that it was always, as I was saying, I had to quit hanging with my friend. The higher I went, I couldn't just sit in my friend's house anymore, if you understand. It's like I couldn't sit there, you know, trying to do ounce deals and sit with this dude that's doing anybody to come and knock. I couldn't sit there. And so heroin had always been that kind of business where people was just more, it was just a more laid back business. Because again, a heroin addict, if he buys so much, you might not see him for another week or two. And again, if it's a casual user, he's not an addict. Contrary to what they try to tell you, you know, I lived with a dude he was a weekend heroin addict. So that shit saying that he'd be sick no, they did not appear like that. That dude got paid every Friday, that's when he got high. And if anybody tries to tell me, this dude did hard work for 8 hours. So there's no way he was them 8 hours, there's no way. And I ain't never seen him sick one time. Now, come Friday when he got his check, that nigga did heroin from Friday to Sunday. I can admit to that. But even that's a casual user. Him and this nurse they was some freaky ass people, I'll tell you. Yeah, weekend, that's what they were. Him and this nurse. I mean, I'd sit in the room and be snorting coke and shit, just snorting. And they would be getting freaky in the room. It was like I've said this before, he would like be shooting heroin and he wanted her to be on his joint while he was shooting heroin. And he wanted to come like and shoot heroin at the same time. And then she wanted him to do the same thing to her, where he's eating her coochie and she's shooting heroin at the same time. And they're doing this all in front of me. And maybe you look at me and say, why was you watching? But it was like, I was very intrigued. This was weird. And again, I do not look like, you know, seeing another man's joint, but I just thought the whole situation was weird. I didn't join in. She wasn't my girl. That was his girl all the way. But I was there with them. But that was wild to me. And yeah, he did not get high during the week. And we lived together about 3 months. And I knew him for like 3-4 years. I knew him for 2 years. So
Suppleness, flow, gentleness, balance, harmony, integrity, nothingness, subtlety, implicity. Oh, yeah, that was my guy, Buddy. I wonder if he's still alive. He did 5 years in prison. You know, it's like funny. This is what, like, and I guess it's changed now, but I remember what a tone of dudes who was in prison. They never said years. Like if a dude would say, you know, how many years you was in prison, they would tell you months. And so this cat came, and I think he was in 5 years. He did 5 years in prison. He was a Vietnam vet that did 5 years in prison. When I met him, he was about 35. And so, yeah, I think it was 35 months is five. No, it was like whatever, 72 months maybe. Whatever 5 years is, that's how many they would always say in months. And I remember that was a thing when you met people in prison back then. They would tell you how many months they did. They would never say years. It's like, so he did 72 months. Maybe that's what's five, whatever it is. I'm sorry about my math. But that used to be a thing then. Like in the 80s, when you met people in and out of prison, that's what they would tell you, how many months they did in prison. Not like them months don't add up to years. But I remember that with him. He would never say he did 5 years, but he would always say he did, and maybe it was 72 months. I just thought it was funny. Oh, he was so funny. Ray was so funny. Again, like it wasn't like that all the time. Like sometimes we would just be me and him, and we would get a room because again I didn't want my ex to be around that shit, and it'd just be me and him, you know. And it's like I get some beer and shit, and you know that nigga would just shoot up while I would snort. We would go get like a 16 or something like that, you know. Like is what is a 16? Is like not quite an ounce and a half, a gram and a half. And we would split that, and he would shoot that shit. He would get him a little bit of heroin, so he would get like maybe, you know, a little small balloon of heroin. It cost maybe $20, and you know we would split. We would split about 110, 115 bucks worth, you know. So that's kind of how we'd do it. He'd get that little balloon. He would speedball. You know, I sit there, you know, watch TV, drink, you know, wasn't like, you know, he was just like every minute, you know, like, you know, he just constantly, you know, Snowfall show, Lynn Byers, just, no, it was never like that, you know. Wasn't like that motherfucker go shoot off and I'm looking at him and shit like, this motherfucker tied off. I'm like, hey, y'all, oh, this nigga tied off. Man, he's cooking this shit up. Oh, he got the spoon going. You know, it was like, you know, it was like, this is what this nigga do. Like, do what you do. I'ma relax, you relax. And, you know, that's just how it was. You know, I wasn't judging the nigga. That was the nigga's thing. So, you know, back at that time, I liked snoring lines. And so that way, you know, my then, well, future wife at that point, you know, she ain't had to be involved in that shit. You know, it's just, you know, she was away from that. That shit wasn't around her. I ain't had to do that shit around her. You know what I'm saying? That shit was just like a personal thing with me. That's all. You did, you know? That's all it was. Just a way of, and it was like a casual thing, you know? It was always, to me, it was always casual. Never got really full addiction where nothing else mattered. If anything, my addiction was with basketball. You know, that was my addiction. It was basketball. But never any addiction that kept me from trying to be what I wanted to be. That's all. I don't know. People tell these stories. You know, I have no prison stories. My prison stories was, you know, driving young boys, taking them to prison. I don't have no prison stories of me being in prison because I've never been in prison. So I find that interesting that there's people that have prison stories. I find that interesting. And that people are interested in prison culture. I just find that flabbergasting. But again, I guess it's not surprising. You know, we as we saw in the Dahmer movie, you know, there were Dahmer groupies. So I guess there's prison groupies. I guess. Where people make it seem like
Is it interesting? Is all these prison stories interesting? Is that why we listen? Is it interesting? That we're listening to a world of people that made mistakes and get isolated and deemed not necessary to be around society, be it on the federal level or being on the state level? Is that interest? Is that interest that the public apparently has, because we're seeing more and more of this stuff? Where does that interest come from? Is that a breakdown of society where you even want to listen to that? Because some people that go, I was in prison, click. Where it seems to be this information or this genre, it's a whole genre, whole subject now. I tell my stories from never doing that. Getting caught. Having to be an agent, having to tell on people. Because I'm sure my one friend, I looking back at it, he was probably agents from the beginning. And I think, like, I don't know. Because one of the group was like, he was the stupidest one of all. And I don't know what his financial thing, but he was always around us. And he was like bold. And to understand the city of Battle Creek had its own jail and jail story. It had a small jail. The reference I want to give is Mayberry. Look at that Andy Griffin shit. Look up Mayberry. That's the reference I want to give you. I mean, this was a jail of 3 or 4 cells, maybe 5 maximum. It was a very small jail. And that's what this dude did. So he's a Battle Creek police officer, but he worked in this jail that had 5 or 6 cells, maybe more. I don't think I ever. I think I rode with one of the guys when I was a cop. I rode with one of the other guys, because when you're in the academy after you graduate, you can ride with other academies on your day off. You can ride with other departments, if you understand. You can carry your pistol and wear your vest, and you can go to these other departments. So I was kind of, going to other departments to see how their department worked. That was the only time I ever saw it. So it's a really small jail. So that's what this nigga did. That's what he did. But every time we was over this spot, and what my friend's spot was Battle Creek has a VA. And what Battle Creek did is, Battle Creek has a ton of people that would house VA patients. It's an industry. If you understand what I'm saying, it's an industry, housing industry, where people would house these VA patients. My friend Junior, bunch of VA patients. One patient was Lone Ronto, was his nickname. And so this is what my friend did. And so he had all these patients that lived in these rooms, and he's the same guy who was saying it had, like Kevin Hart talking about having knives everywhere. This dude had guns everywhere. He has these VA patients, these ex-vets, and he has guns secretly like everywhere. And he would literally, like, we'd be like walking out the door, like, ooh, I got one of my fantastic guns right here. I mean, he was just that kind of dude. But that was his thing. That was his other job. And now looking back at it and looking where he's at now, I'm sure he was, but I don't know. When he lost that key to the dude, I don't know. I mean, he might have got cut off. Because it's the same dude that gave a key to some young guy, like really $20,000 and you can't go in? Like, really? How stupid do you have to be to do something like that? You got to be kind of out of your mind in the first place, hearing a lot of talk. I said, one of my cousins, he said he gave a guy like, was his boy for years. The guy was always saying, I can go to Atlanta and get you cheap coke. And his mother died and he got a little money. He gave his dude $6-7 grand. Never heard from him again. And he's telling me the story and I'm looking at him like, why didn't you come to me? Like, why didn't you come to me? Like, ever since you've been a man, where have I been in your life? Why didn't you come to me? Why would you believe someone else without coming to me? Like, I knew you before you knew him, and we've talked about a lot of different things. And if this was your life point and you thought you could get over it, why didn't you come to me? This is what I told my cousin. I'm like, why didn't you come to me? Who else did you know? Did you know me then? Yes. And why didn't you call me and ask me what my opinion of this? You knew how to get in touch with me. And he looked back and he's like, well, everybody said that, you trying to do something different. And like, still, you think I don't know everybody? You think I don't know situations? You think just because I turned off at a certain point, you couldn't have said, what do you think about this? This dude been in my ear. I got this money. This dude been in my ear since I got it. What do you think about this? You know, you deal with money all the time. I just got this new money. What do you think about this? He's telling me. Like, I couldn't have gave you that advice. That's why I looked at him. I said, you couldn't ask me about the situation. You couldn't have said, hey, this dude wants to do this. What do you think? Because, and this is the thing, is before he did it, he saw me. And now I think back, he saw me and we sat there and I said, look, if you ever, and this makes it make me even madder because I remember I forgot about this instance and telling the whole story. We were sat in the park and I told him, I said, look, you ain't got to do this and that's good, but this is what I do and this is who I know. And if you ever need to do something like this, come to me. We were sitting in the park smoking weed. I said, if you ever need to do this, come to me. At least get my opinion. Prices, whatever, come to me. And I remember I said that to him. So we never know, guys. Recommended books: Designing the Unstoppable Black Man by Wayman Brown. Wow. Aggressive Fat Loss, 21-Day Transformation by Joshua Bryant. The Max Bible by W. James Dennis. Thank you. Interesting side of being the criminal and the cop. Not a lot of people can say that they did that. Oh, indeed. I mean, it was really like the transformation. I wanted to really know the other side of it too, because it's coming straight from a hustler. And really just like, as I said, when I went to the police academy, I'm like this, diamonds. I'm like this, diamonds like this, diamonds on both wrists. I think I still had one of the Rolex, gold chains. So I wasn't broke going to the academy. It was like, now I'll take that back. I'll say that quitting everything, I ended up being broke because it was like I was starting to live on where I've said, again, my peak was $1,500 a day. That was for my peak. And I was 23, 24 and did that for years. $1,500 a day. That was my, as I said, it was like the hustling went from, $500 a week. That's where the hustling went from. It was like even before I really started going, it was like, man, I got to make $500 a week, and that was still only $24,000 a year, I think. And it was like that was the goal. It was like the first goal was really to make up $2,500 a week. Because when I came, went to Michigan, I saw how things. I was like, okay, whatever I do, I got to make this much. And so, of course, I made 3 times as much, making $1,500 a day. But that was my first goal. Like even like lazy hustling was $100 a day, and that's just lazy hustling. That's lazy hustling. Profit, $100 profit, not just 100 profit. And that's lazy. You lazy hustler, you can make $100 profit every day. That's just really lazy hustling. But I got out of it a few times. I was able to make that Detroit trip back and forth quick. I mean, where I lived in Battle Creek from Detroit, you can make it in 50 minutes if you went 90. So, and had one of the cop ID still, so. But lucky, I guess luck has a lot to do with it too. Timing. Yeah, and just like I've never got caught with any drugs in any vehicle ever. Never even flunked a drug test. So, smoking big, 06, what's happening? I would. So, I mean, that was just simple goals back then. And now, I mean, you got to make way more. $1,500 a day now is tough. It's not what it once was. But as I said, you know, it's what was people to understand, and even just maturity wise, like the government didn't really destroy me. You know, it wasn't the government that really brought me down. It was just myself. And I'll say this in all sincerity. It was like I brought myself to the highest I could bring as a young man. I mean, I really did. And it happened really quick. And it was just my actions of thinking that I could do it without my partner at the time. It was like I really thought I could do a parallel life. Like I could have, okay, this is my ex-wife and my child, and I'm going to get this new woman, and I'm going to have the same thing here. And I had every expectation of keeping that life, of all of it. And I could say there's a lot of forces that came upon me. Even when I became a cop, it was a lot of forces that came upon, made it much more difficult than it really had to be. In hindsight, I could have been more patient and went to a different department to start with, because I didn't have to go. It was, you know, a lot of times you get a good offer and you say, hey, this offer is good. And it's not that it was too good to be true. In some ways it was, but it was like a great offer. It's like, shit. This other offer I was waiting for just didn't happen when I needed it to happen. Because think about it, you know, you have to change. When you change, you know, when you change like that from just being a straight hustler, you got to change a lot about you. And I don't mean just drug tests and shit like that. It's just like, you know, what everything that you're doing. Because again, it's easy to slip up, you know. Because if you hanging in one world, it's easy to slip up and somebody in the other world see you. So if you don't just, you know, separate yourself, you don't have to risk that. At least that was my thoughts going in. And then I started seeing all the corruption. And then the corruption was real. I mean, the corruption was real. To say that, you know, even local and federal didn't have anything to do with the cocaine market is just the craziest shit in the world. And to say local people didn't benefit, local officials, that's so unrealistic. A lot of people benefited from that just, you know, like this is the cool thing. If you look at American Gangster, what they tell you is, what do they tell you? They tell you that the cops in New York that busted the French Connection kept the dope and they started selling the dope. Now that seems like a lot. That was the agenda of a lot what went on in America, especially after that. It was like they would make bust and all of a sudden you'd see this dope again. And you're like, wait a minute, I thought they got busted. How is this dope back out there? I said, you know, I saw one department, 22 keys came missing from the department. And within a week of that, the dope is back on the streets. So, you know, you're trying to say that it was some sophisticated network that took this dope, but yet the dope comes back on these same streets. It's like they didn't take the dope and take it on other streets. No, this was the same dope you took off from so-and-so. And here's back on the streets again. So how can't we think that this wasn't something that the police did? Or the police and the government did collectively? Where am I lying about that? This is the actual event that happened. And I know it doesn't matter that it happened, but it did happen. And how is that? How is 22 keys come missing, and yet within a week they're back on the street? So that only happens with cooperation. That's only happened when people say, hey, you took some of our stuff and that was a mistake. We got to have our stuff back. So Snowfall needs to tell those stories. Cops and criminals have a strange relationship indeed. Yeah, that was it. Seeing those 22 keys taken, that was probably the most corrupt thing that I saw when I was a cop. That was probably the most. Now, seeing the guy get shot, that wasn't really corrupt from the point of it was just bad. When he shot the guy in the back, that was just bad training. There's no way to get around it. It was poor training from the beginning. Just the way the guy was trained, the guy first time being for him, it's just funny. Like some cop situations would come up, just say, you got to pull your gun on somebody. Dude like me is like, I've been pulling guns on people, so it's no big deal. But some dudes, the first time they pull out their guns, it's a big deal. If you understand, And that was what it was. Dude was, had never really, like, dude, you can go through a lot of the training, and I know people in the military can understand this, but like the first time you put under fire, that training, if it just ain't in you, you're not going to react a certain way until you've been under that situation several times. And that's where hustling had me. I'd been being shot at and shooting at people. That, I had learned that very young. Hell, I had a lady shooting me. The first time I got shot at, a lady shot at me, and I had nothing to do with it. I've told that story before. Be playing backgammon, and the dude 3 doors down, like, pimp slaps this boy. I don't know why. And next thing we know, we look up his mama's like, who's fucking with my baby? And she's fucking pointing a fucking 12 gauge at us. So, that's not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling. Lady pointing a fucking 12 gauge at you, and 3 dudes is trying to jump in the doorway to get the fuck out the way. Because she fucking shooting. So my point was, when I became on the streets, I carried 3 guns from day one. I was like, shit, guns. I love guns. And you let me have one, and a shotgun too. So I never felt I could be outgunned. None of that scared me. So, but, the dude that shot that dude in the back, it was his first time ever being under fire. So, he went to handcuff a guy with the gun cocked. So he's got the gun like this. He hadn't crossed over to a 9mm yet. So, he had like, when we stopped the guy and the motherfuckers, had the guy like undercover, had the guy covered, they sent him in, which was a mistake. Again, he had the fucking 38 that he had cocked, and he was young. He should have sent one of the more veteran guys in, but he was the one that went in, and he's carrying this 357 Magnum. Again, when you cock it, the way you decock it is you just put your finger on the trigger and you slowly let it decock. And then you holster your weapon, then you put the handcuffs on the dude. And dude didn't do that. Dude instead kept the gun in his hand and had the cuffs in his opposite hand. And I think what he was guessing is he was gonna, sometime you can momentum cuff a dude, you can. And instead, when he did that, he fucking didn't take his finger off the trigger either. So when he went to cuff the guy, adrenaline is pumping, and he's probably kept his finger on the trigger. And as he cuffed the dude, he shot him in the back. And he was wrong. But I think he was wrong for being put in that situation. And anybody ordering him to handcuff somebody. Because that wasn't his call. He was told to do that. And he wasn't put in the wrong place at the wrong time. Oh, I've said even here, here, like criminal reform here, and the cops here, like they had a gang unit here that just stole people for money, openly just robbed the black community, the melanated community. So yeah, like here they had a sophisticated, I talked about this probably a week or so ago. They had a sophisticated coke. I'm just listening. Like they talked about, they talked about busting this big heroin ring. And I'm listening to the sophistication of it. And I'm like, you're telling me that this went on And no one in law enforcement until now knows about it. It was too sophisticated. And the more they reported about it, and the more they showed the sophistication, I'm like, no, wait a minute. There's no way that this could have went on without them knowing about it. It's no way. This was pre-wire sophistication, technology. So it's like they're telling you this sophisticated telephone system, and I'm like, wait a minute. The wire bin showed that. That is BS. So, it's like, how could this exist so long and be so sophisticated and them not know? So, like what he said is, cops and robbers have to cooperate to get along. And that's what I was saying. When people, when it was like, I never would go to Florida for nobody else, what's called a mule. I never did that. I thought those were suckers. I mean, fuck giving me $1,000 and I got to go do all this risk. That was mules. It's people that would do that. I mean, you look at these stories of people flying around the countries, dumbass Americans fly somewhere, but it was people that would do that. Go drive to go get it. And I thought that was the stupidest of the stupid. You ain't really benefit. Unless you trying to rob this person. And the people give you the money. I mean, again, you robbing them. People would do that. People would give me money and like really think, and I'm like, okay, I got you. I'd have people giving me money and I would already have the stuff there. I'd already have what they wanted. And I just wouldn't see them for a few days. They thought I really had drove to Florida and got it. So I've done that. I've done that a few times to people. People think I'm going to get it and I got the shit. Like, okay, I'll see you in a couple of days. I had people do that all the time, and I had it. Now I've had people where I use their money to double and triple up. And then I come back and I'm selling it back to them just like that. They think I'm going back to Florida and I'm at home or wherever I kept it. Now I've done that to people. They think I'm going to get it. They think I'm a mule that I got the stuff. So I pulled that on people too a lot of times because that was easy. Just disappear, go get a room or something, take my wife with me. Or even let her just work and shit. They see her around, just lay low. Then go nowhere and be like, hey, I'm back. Hey, got the stuff. So there's a lot of ways to work people. Yeah, So, but again, it's social economical. Because, and this is no crying or nothing, but it was like simple things I was doing. And I had the substitute teaching. I had the qualifications that they asked for was 90 some credits. I had 100 and something. Then all of a sudden the state comes back and says, I didn't take all my credits in one class. Like that really matters. Or excuse me, I didn't have all my credits in one school. I had 50 some in A&T. I think where I got my associates was 35. There was another school. So the shit was like 100 and something. So it made no sense. Because I was just subbing. So there was something out there that was saying, okay, if you try to live a normal life, we're still going to attack you. So we want you to keep going back doing this other thing. That's a real thing. Because there was times, I would really try hard to just live normal and not have to hustle. And as I mentioned, that's the other part of hustling is you learn other hustles. Dope ain't the only way to hustle. But it was still, it was like, why did I have to hustle at all? Why wasn't there just something I could do and just do like normal men, like I watched? You get hired to do something, you do it for 30 years. Seems like my generation was the one generation that didn't happen for a lot. Now, I'm not saying I don't know people that did have that happen to. I know people that happened to, but they still got laid off at periods. So it wasn't quite continuous. But that was the expectation. And I would say I was probably the first generation that what didn't happen for. Not for working class. Now, when I talk about my classmates, they boule. They're mostly upper class guys. They became engineers and shit. And I was working class, and I had several skills at working class. I still had skills. And I turned those skills into quality control. And I was pretty much able to write whatever I wanted to do once I was into quality control. But again, I had to have training somewhere. I had to have somebody mentor me in that. And there was a brother who was like, hey, you care about this stuff, so I'm going to show you how to do it. I had one guy I worked with, and the guy got so upset. We had a business lunch, and the guy was so upset with me because I would not take my hat off to eat lunch. And I think the guy kept a grudge against me ever from then on. I would not take my hat off while we was eating. And we're eating, and he's looking at me, and the more he would do it, the more I'm like, fuck you. I'm not taking my hat off, fuck you. Because I'm a man. Don't care how young I was. I'm like, fuck you. Why do I have to take my goddamn hat off? What is this? Some 1930 shit? That's how petty some people, you run into your life. Well, you need to take your hat off while you eat. I had another guy fired one of my assistants. My assistant, and she was a Mexican, or I guess Mexican is the only way I can say it. That's what she was. And she was going to be the interpreter for the factory, because again, this place hired a lot of Mexicans. And she was married, and it was like I wasn't looking for her to be one of my women, but she had to work with me. She was under my department. And when her husband was done with her work, and I was done with my work, she had every right to be in the lab. And her husband would go in the lab, and I didn't give a fuck. I guess, looking back at it, the husband was kind of a power play for him because he had to show, but I didn't care. I quite frankly didn't care. Neither one of them was working. I was done with my shit. So if they sat in there together and wanted to sit while nobody was working, I didn't care. I really didn't care. It didn't bother me one way or another. But my mentor didn't like that shit. And I didn't understand it because I watched what they was doing. It was just in the office. I didn't care. It's like he couldn't steal nothing. Everything was locked up. And it was like they were off work. You understand? So a guy, his wife gets a raise and she's sitting in the quality laboratory and everybody's out of there but him and her. What did it hurt for him and her to be in there like that? I'm done. When I left her, I'm telling her I'll see you tomorrow. I don't give a fuck what she does after that. She had every right to be there. This is where she works, next to me. She belongs there. Her husband work in the factory too. And at the end of the work, if they're both in there and everybody else is left and there's no work being done, this is the end of the shift. What did it hurt for them sitting there? And so, they fired her from out of my department. They put her back on the line and made her work, different work. Brought another person in. And I never understood, that was my guy who made that decision. He got mad at her, but I didn't understand it. Because to me, now I understand from the standpoint of her husband was probably a little jealous, but another standpoint was he never came in there while we was working. Like not one time when we was working did her husband come into the lab. Like when we was doing crucial meetings and work, he never came in there. The only time he came in there was at the end of the day. At the end of the day, you guys got one out of me. At the end of the shift, that's the only time he ever came into the lab, when work was done. And so when my guy, they fired her, I was a little salty with my dude because I thought it was wrong. Because I didn't think she did anything other than her man was happy for her. So sometimes, even good people become assholes. Because the guy, my mentor, was a cool dude. But for some reason, what he saw out of them, and maybe, he had, again, it was like the person that got my ex-wife fired because she was working there before I did. And there was money into bringing Mexicans into the plant. There was money into it.
And I think he purposely wanted to get rid of European workers because they were competition of him bringing in more Mexicans. I'm sure of it. And so he fucked with her on something that really didn't matter. They had a policy where management parked, and none of the workers could really park there or get picked up. And she didn't know that. So one of her first days, that's what she did. She didn't know. It was like, you know, it's a bunch of places. Her grandmother just picked her up. I don't know why I didn't pick her up. I probably was working somewhere else at the time. And he said something to her, and they was making doors, and she threw a door at that mug. And that was the last she worked there, but she got him good. But this guy made a lot of money. I mean, I've told this whole hustle of the way they did the Mexican people in Battle Creek. Historically, this is what happened. Michigan is known for the best cherries in the world. The best cherries in the world come out of Michigan. That can't even be argued. But Michigan has strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, blackberries. I mean, Michigan agriculturally, there's a lot to pick. My family, personally, my stepmother's family is apples, peaches, pears. I mean, acres of this shit. And so historically, you know, the Mexicans that were based in Chicago would come in seasonally. And, you know, seasonally, they would be the ones in these fields picking these crops for a number of months, wherever, you know, was needed. Then they would kind of go back to Chicago, and then wherever from Chicago, go back south, wherever, you know. Well, what started happening is the family slowly, and this is, you know, the crack era also, if you guys don't remember, but what happened is when the Midwest, most of the auto suppliers, because remember, when there's a business can't own everything. That's what's a monopoly, when you own everything. So Michigan is cars. So you have all these auto suppliers. Do you understand? Door locks, door knobs, and look inside your car. All that shit is suppliers. Because really, all they can really supply is the engine and the chassis. The rest of the car has to come from somewhere else. Do you understand? That's what a monopoly is. So you have all these suppliers. So that's what Michigan was, suppliers. That's why, you know, right now, a lot of Toyotas. One point we had Mercedes. We built the doors for Mercedes. So what happened is, when the majority of unions got busted, and a lot of these jobs left Michigan, the jobs that came back was $5 an hour jobs. Once you didn't have the unions, and this is how dirty, and I've talked about this before, and Battle Creek, Michigan could have been where Cedar Point, if those, you know, where Sandusky, Ohio is, it's an amusement park. That was offered to be in Battle Creek. The people at Kellogg's didn't want it because they said, again, it's a seasonal thing. So what they agreed to try to do is to bring these Japanese plants, Toyota supplier parts, Nissan supplier parts, these Japanese supplier parts. Because one thing that Reagan did that people don't remember is Reagan said, hey, you're going to sell all these cars in America? You're going to damn make these cars in America. So he forced a lot of these Japanese to come over here for supplier parts. So it kind of, as I said before, we watched the industrial plan to prison or slave a city. We saw the plan. We found the mayor's plan of this industrial park. And basically what it was is, what they told these plants and what the whole attack against the people was this. We're going to create an industrial plant. No unions are going to be in any of these industrials, any of these plants. Not only that, is you're not going to have to hire that many permanent workers because we're going to have temporary agencies. We're going to allow temporary agencies. Again, temporary agencies used to be for secretaries, not normal working people. It was secretary pool. So you won't have to have that many benefited workers. And what the aim of this is before the people get 90 days, you let them go and they'll have to go to another plant instead of another 90 days. And this way, we'll just keep people popping all around. And you won't have to pay that many permanent workers. That's the attack against the people that was agreed upon about our local government. And all of a sudden, all these temporary agencies pop up in a town of 50,000 people. Don't you find it odd that a town of 15,000 people had something, or 50,000 people? Maybe the suburbs raised it to 70, more like 50. That'd be like 20 plus temporary agencies. Don't you find that very odd? And most of the people you knew, that's what the life they had. They'd work here and there. You find a few people that would get a couple years here and there, but it'd always be some bullshit why they lost their job. Where it was set up for people not to fail and people to be slaves to this system, people not to have security. Because if you work and you have no security at your work, I mean, that's another, PTS or post-traumatic stress. So this is what my generation faced. And this is what a lot of young men went to prison for. This is what broke up a lot of families. Socioeconomical. Taking the unions away from the Midwest. Taking opportunities away. And this was done on purpose without really any government resistance. I mean, Trump was one of the first ones to ever say, okay, you're going to take these jobs overseas. If you try to sell your products back, we're going to tax the fuck out of you. None of that was done to say, okay, you take it away from these unions, we're going to tax your stuff more. The promises was to go to Nebraska. And just as I said, I one time we had to train some people in Mexico. And these people in Mexico were considered rich because they were going to make $15 an hour. I mean, it was like these people were making, what is $15 an hour? Roughly $35,000 a year, something like that. These people were going to become wealthy, making $35,000 a year where they were in Mexico. They were going to become wealthy. So they took those jobs out of America and took it to Mexico, and they made people in Mexico wealthy, which would not be wealthy in Michigan. Because one woman that worked at that very same factory had to move to Nebraska. She was making $60 an hour in Michigan. To keep her job with Kellogg's, she had to move to Nebraska and make $15 an hour. Now, do you think the cost of living was that much less where this woman's lifestyle was $60 an hour? You can add that up. What is that a year? What did her checks look like? And that's not shit today. The standard is pretty much 100,000. It's pretty much the standard right now. And still, wealthy has never changed. Wealthy is 250,000. That's wealthy. That's never changed. If you make less than 250,000, you're not wealthy. That's still today. It ain't millions. It ain't a million. You're wealthy if you make 250,000. Even a couple. If you make 250,000 as a couple, that's considered wealthy. Like each person brings in 125,000. You're wealthy. Now your cost of you ain't living. I'm living the same way. You can have a house and you both can have nice cars. Because 250,000 gives you 250,000 worth of credit. That's the life. And you can knock down all that credit, And that's going back to what people expected when I grew up. My stepfather had a little bit of college, but GM gave him most of his engineering training. So this lie that college was the only one to train, they always knew was a lie. And that's how the government and all the businesses colluded against the people to create all this lie of making people have to get wealth. What happened to Pell Grants? These people having to take hundreds of thousands of dollars off. mean, how many cases of people borrowed $35,000 and ended up paying $80,000, $90,000 back? It was a scam created by the government that's still going on. That's still a scam. Taken away. You know, when I went to high school, you could build houses. You could be an electrician. They taught you how to be a plumber. You could work on cars. All this was taught to you in high school. Why do you think they took that all out? Don't you think, you know, as the years went on, that would be enhanced? That this technical training would be enhanced? Because that's what it is in other countries. They get in 8th grade, that's their life. 8th grade is in the other country, that's their life. They're either going to go technical work or they're going to higher education. That's what other countries do for their workers. They test in 8th grade. If you test high enough for higher education, you go. If you don't, you go into technical work. So they try to tell you it's the end of their life. It's not. You go into technical work. Training, technical training, apprenticeships. That's the way the other countries have it set up. Because they know everybody's not set up for higher education. People just don't learn the same way. And remember, I've said this any time. I'll repeat this. Just as General Motors trained my stepfather, any company can do that. Almost any person can go to a company, and if you have some basic education and whatever they do, you can learn to do what they do. Remember the movie Catch Me If You Can? This dude could do multiple things and go right in. So this thing about college, you know, again, that was an attack. First yawn. How long have I been going? Oh my goodness. What time is it? Oh, it's not that late. Shit. Oh, it's not that late.
You're a philosopher? You're a philosopher? Yes. You're a philosopher? Yes. You're a philosopher? Yes. You're a philosopher? Yes. You're a philosopher? Yes.
That's right. Electric spanking of war babies. That's what it is. It's the electric spanking of the war babies. Now, you know, what is the solution? You know, what is the solution? What is the answer? And the solution is train yourself as well as you can in something that you enjoy doing. Don't let lack of education stopping you from being trained, because this is probably some of the best time in life. Like, junior colleges are very affordable. And let me tell you a psyop they try to do to young people. And I heard my daughter say this today, and this is a psyop. Very much a psyop. And I've said this, you know, this is the military syndrome too. I'm gonna say this is the military syndrome. See, think about when people graduate from high school. And think about like a high school movie. And everybody's sitting there telling what college they're going to. I'm going to Ohio State. I'm going to Duke. I'm going to Maryland. And then one person says, you know, I'm going to a technical training school. Or one person says, I'm going to a junior college. Now, keep going. And what about the people that can't say they do anything? This is why a lot of people join the military, especially poor people.
Because I've said this many times. When you see Military Day, whenever Military Day goes up and I see all the people that I personally know that went in the military, I say, poor person, poor person, poor person. I personally only know one person that wasn't poor that went to the military. And he was able to go through West Point. Randy Hawkins, you can look him up. He's the only person I knew that wasn't poor that went to the military. Everyone else was poor. My uncle went to the Air Force. He was poor. He grew up poor. Okay? I didn't know one person that went to the military that wasn't poor. Just one. All the others, hundreds, were all poor. But, what do I say? I'm going to Ohio State. I'm going to, Maryland. I'm going here. Military person say, I'm going to Army. But I bring this up. My daughter said, well, if you're that person and you have to say I'm going to a local college, that's kind of less. And that's a lie. That's a lie. Because really what I broke down my daughter is right now, if you have a ninth grader right now in high school, you can put that ninth grader on a program. When she graduates, she'll have her associate's degree too. That's available in almost every state. If you have a ninth grader right now, or you have a child going into ninth grade, your child can start taking junior college classes. So when they graduate from high school, they also graduate from junior college with their 2-year degree. So that 2-year person doesn't have to say that I got to go to the junior college because they already got all that out the way. And they'll just say, well, I'm going to so-and-so and I only got 2 years to go. But it's funny psychologically, it's like the people would say, well, I don't have a diploma, I got a GED. It's the same thing. It's when people hire a GED, back then, again, everybody colluded to say you had to have a college degree. They tried to collude against the people that had GEDs, but they couldn't. Because GED and high school diploma is technically the same thing. But they made people feel like it was less. They made people feel like it was less, and it wasn't. It was the exact same thing. Let me tell you, I copped the dope shit. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yo, baby, I got all the dope moves. You got the dope what? So, these pants. As you can see, this is the price of them. I don't know if it'll clear up. There we go. And you know the story I've told you. I bought the jacket for $40. So I did not want to have to pay. And to show you, this is Macy's. I bought this from Macy's. I know it's kind of tore up here, but you can see the Macy's little thing. Because again, this was Friends and Family Weekend. They gave you if you had the member. And I finally capitulated and bought them for $80. So yes, it was double what I paid the jacket, but it wasn't the full amount. And plus I could wear it with this, other than okay, I'm tripping now. On this one, the horse is red, and obviously that is not red. But the stripes match. The color's about the same. But I have the jacket to match. So sometimes, when you win, you tie. You don't really win, you kind of tie. So that was my day. Oh, don't know if the thing could hear that fired or not. So the point is, there is no point. There is no point. That's what me and this nigga do. We pick something and then we ran about it.
That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. We picked something and we ran about it. Like, I don't try to make anything sound super interesting, but from a practical standpoint of experience and what people had to experience at given times. And I try to be that one person despite all this tough times. You know, I was still able to keep my head up. I was still able to work out, still try to eat right, still never suffer a heart attack, never suffer from hypertension despite, you know, the many setbacks that a single parent can face, especially, you know, a single father, which is very odd. And so I just try to bring positivity to tell you, you know, no matter what, you can still fight through it. You can still have your foot in one world, but still operate in the other world and still try to find balance in doing that. And there are so many different ways for people that have so many talents and so many ways of being successful. There's never just one way to be successful. There's never one path. There's never one way. There's many ways. And that's where, you know, the motivation comes from. And you still have to be a human being, and you still have to find, you know, take enough to take care of yourself. But there's still some ways for every person to take care of themselves, to every person to manifest. And no, it's not easy. I mean, people don't really realize, like, sometimes what their real job is. Like, I have a son that it's like he got one job and he doesn't realize what that job is. And I can't convince him that that's his job because I have to find small ways to motivate him. But you've got one job, dude. This is your job. This is what you've got to aim at for you to get what you really need. And, you know, and he's not the kind of cat where I can just sit down and say, hey, this is what you got to do. He has to kind of be led. But small steps go a long way. And what does the song say? I get by with a little help from my friends. Because everything you do, you need friends. Need somebody to vent to, somebody to say, hey, you know, I'll listen to your bullshit. I mean, me and my fiance, you know, we was having a debate earlier. She's crying and shit because it's passionate shit we was talking about. Nothing about me cheating or no shit like that. It's just passionate shit about life. I feel a certain way about things. She feel a certain way about things. It's about fire society. And, you know, I've lived long enough to see when society was better. I mean, there was a period where the way things were, it was better for society. And yes, money wasn't that long and, you know, the same government stuff, but in some ways, there were periods where society was great. The best time to be alive to me was probably 74 to 79. I can't think of a greater time than be alive than those years. Where a lot of bullshit wasn't there no more. Where the civil rights shit was figured out and people just accepted people. A very short period of years. But that was probably, you know, Jimmy Carter years was probably the best time of society that I ever saw. And, you know, Jimmy Carter was hitting inflation and all that kind of thing. But the way the people got along. You was no longer hearing niggas starting fights in the schools. That's why I want to even go back to 74, 73. That those years could probably be added. Once the integration shit was like accepted. There was a time in America where this shit was really kind of cool to live here. Like right after the Vietnam War. When the Vietnam War division started and everybody was just humping, working and stuff. The world was different. And it was like, that wasn't good enough. They had to bring Reagan in, and Reagan brought a lot of that old-time racism, you know. That was what Reagan was known for. Despite him, as I've said, bringing all the Japanese, making them come here,
Reagan was his main agenda was to bring back that racist attitudes of Reconstruction. Because that's one thing that integration killed is a lot of those Reconstruction ideas. And Reagan turned into the mass incarceration of the crack era. We saw it develop first with Reagan. The attitudes towards melanated people changed. Again, for 6-7 years, where before niggas started to fight, that went away. You wasn't going too many places and hearing that. No, yes, there was a lynching in Mississippi in 1980. I know that. Not saying it was perfect, but I'm saying it was better. And I'm saying where I experienced living, I have never experienced a different time than that time. Because it seemed like there was, and let's even go further. It's like the periods of where people are getting along, the government or the powers that play seem to throw a wrench in it. It's like even the OJ stuff. It was like people was getting along too much. So they threw the OJ, the first reality TV show was the OJ trial. I mean, you could even say periods leading up to then, America was good again. And they artificially put in something to make the division. It was something artificially they put in. All these actors. And the same thing, with the Manson case. The exact same thing. We can't let these people live in the communes, educating, eating their own food, not paying taxes, making money. We've got to create something that makes that evil. And who do they pick? Actors. And people fell for it. Thank you, Tarantino, for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. To show you how fake that was. It was a psyop to make people come out of the communes, go back in the cities. And, and I know people say, that the hippies was created by the government, which is yes and no. Because they don't say the beatniks was created by the government. Now, was free love really created by the government? Yes and no. Because people always been fucking. That ain't never went away. And this is what changed. If you didn't take a woman over state line, there's no Mann Act. Hotels wasn't frowning on people for bringing, people other than your wives. That changed. Because there was a time where that was kind of frowned on. You had to fake like you was married. But that changed too. Where you could just take anybody to a hotel and it didn't matter anymore. Those attitudes changed. So did the government do that? The government didn't do that. Now, when people knowing that if you get a sexual disease, it's very easy to cure it, the government was involved in that for helping public health. And if the government started free love, why did the government have to end free love with AIDS? You dig? If the government started free love, why did the government have to end free love with AIDS? Because that's what ended free love. My fiance, my ex-wife, they're around the same age, 49 to 51. They're condoms, condoms. They don't call them rubbers, they call them condoms. That's the generation they went after. Well, if you have free love, you got to give the condom company money. And that was a money grab to the condom companies. Look at the stocks. Look at the stock market during that AIDS scare. Look at the companies that benefited from it, just like we saw the companies benefit from, these past few years. Look at the AIDS epidemic and look at the companies really benefit. Look at the rubber companies, silicone companies. It's there. You can find that information still. So you can't tell me that wasn't part of, and I doubt Magic Johnson ever had anything. He was a stooge. He never had anything.
They just used him. And we know, they show you in Showtime, Magic was involved in high magic or a high occult sexual occult. Magic and Will Smith were the ones that known they could get up for anybody. Man, woman, didn't matter. They could bend anybody over and be ready. That's what Magic and Will Smith was known for. Anybody. Male, female, it didn't matter. That's known. Both of them. That's known for both of them. Why do you think Will Smith and Quincy Jones? Will was bending Quincy over. That ain't no secret. That's easy stuff. That's old news. So it was easy to go to Magic and say, hey, Magic, you've been fucking a lot of people and be believable that you got this stuff. But, we'll make you one of the billionaires and you can start buying other teams in about 30 years. And Magic's like, hey, that sounds cool. And they're like, but we got to have you one son. The natural son between you and Cookie, we got to have her. And I said before, and this is a repeat for anybody listening to me, and I'm going to repeat it again. I broke through a reality. And again, it's, as I say, me and sports and reality is a serious thing. And I saw that boy, that man, be something different than what he is in this reality. So there was something more there for that boy. Again, I have no real connection with those people to touch into that. But I saw it. I clearly saw it. That boy was what Jordan, his daddy, was. What Jordan and his daddy was, that boy had that. He had that. And that's why the attack here on this realm with him probably started, as soon as he was born, they probably started hitting that boy with hormones because they also, if I could have these visions, they also know these visions. And they didn't want another strong thing from that family line because he could have had a son just as strong. See how they killed that thing? But I clearly saw that of him, that he was that thing. Real close to Grant Hill. Almost identical to Grant Hill's game. Same kind of power, but he didn't get hurt. Dominant like Jordan, taller. That boy's 6'7", a little taller. And I don't know why I was able to see this or tap into this, but it was there. So if it was there, that also happened too. But, Magic didn't care about that. He saw the benefit of the money for him and Cookie. And maybe he wasn't shown that aspect of success. But he had to agree what was done to his son. He had to agree with it. He still supports it. And I'm not knocking anyone. But if you don't think that was a sacrifice, you're just very naive. If you don't think what Dwayne Wade is doing, you're very naive. Dwayne Wade is married to a obviously handler. But hey, what's about to happen? What is this, the third or fourth season of his show? Did you guys even know his show lasted that long? I think that Cube show, they said the fourth season. So you see why Dwayne Wade gave up his daughter? Do you think there was any other kind of way he wouldn't have been a forgotten basketball player like Scottie Pippen? And you take any crumbs the ESPN or NBA Network gives you to stay relevant? And then you got to start, spewing the poison. Whatever helped Michael Jordan get to be his size sure wasn't offered to his sons. Compared to LeBron's sons. Now, again, LeBron's a little taller than Michael. LeBron's closer to 6'9". Michael's probably 6'5"-ish. So. But LeBron still about to have a son 6'7". So, You know what happened to LeBron? What happened to Michael's children? That's why the rumors of Jimmy Butler. That's why the rumors of Jimmy Butler. Well, I guess, I know out west it is one. Oh, brother Sean. Sean, if you catch the replay or you're listening, I got my trunk fixed. And how can I technically? So, for the people that supported the fund for the Mitsubishi Mirage, that fund was successful. But I got a better deal on something else. So, I'm sorry let's see. Let's see if I can find it. I was going to do a whole video, but I need to thank everybody. Let's see if I can find this. Yes. Let's see. It's not that. Right here. Okay, let's see. Is it this? Let's see. Here it is. I think this is it, y'all. Y'all. Now, y'all, I got the list. Ernestine, Lorenzo just gave me $5. It really put me over the top. Let me see. It's Ernestine, Barbara Grady, Lorenzo, Super Sly, and the many others that your dream was my dream of having a Mitsubishi Mirage 2023, right? But realistically, I am too big for a Mitsubishi Mirage. I am too big. And the only way I can make that car go is like, you remember Fred Flintstone? So like the only way I can make that car go is I'd have had to put like holes in the floorboard where, I would move my feet real fast and shit like Fred Flintstone. So, it was just not enough car for a big as man as I am. So I don't want you people to think I misled you, because I didn't mislead you. At the time, I was really, really like thinking that was it. But practicality, Minnesota winners. But for those of you that believed in me and donated, your money wasn't wasted. And every penny went into the success. And this is what I was able to get. So what you're seeing is Acura 2015 with only 40,000 miles on it. So instead of my dream of the Mitsubishi Mirage, I took the money, and it was about the same price. This was a little more, but about the same price. So I want to thank everyone that donated, because people donate and they never see that what they donate, people don't know. But so for all of you, it's Ernest, Super Sly, Lorenzo, Barbara Grady, and many others. Those are the ones I wanted to shout out. Thank you for helping me. I mean, you just don't know. Oh, that's a video. Okay, I don't want that. Okay. I guess it's acting slow. Let's try it again. So, I did want to say that. Thank you, everyone. There we go. Oh. Okay. I feel you. And why is it? Hey, this is my son coming out of cryogenics. Look at this. Look at this goofy. Look at she looking like, oh, you know, remember they said Antonio Brown burned his feet? It was coming out of his shit. He looks like my son. That's not my son. He just looks like him. I thought that was funny. He looks like him. That is not him. How do I? Let's see. Bucktooth Billy bullshit. I'm gonna have to really go through this shit. Oh my goodness. Like, wow. Like, everything is. Oh, I wonder, is this by. Maybe. Let's see. This shit by year? No, this is this year, so this shit ain't by year. This doesn't make sense. What is this doing? Where did this come from? All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna cut it. It's been like, how long I've been going? 4 hours. Man, guys, I've been going on 4 hours, and they say only 15 people watch me in 4 hours. Well, I guess, you know, I've yawned once. I still got a little energy going. So, what can I give? I don't know. I gotta pee, so I don't think it's a lot of giving tonight. I gave a lot. I feel like Patty LaBelle. I can't give no more. Plus, I gotta pee again, so I'm gonna end it. Thank y'all for coming. I really appreciate it. You know, I do. I really appreciate it.
I ain't supposed to run him.
Okay, shut up, Corey Holcomb.
I ain't put.
No, Corey Holcomb. No one wants to hear what you do, Corey Holcomb.
I ain't supposed to.
No, Corey Holcomb. Nobody wants to
I
hear.
ain't supposed to.
Oh, Corey Holcomb, you are too much. We don't want to hear about Corey Holcomb.
I think we OD'd. I think we OD'd.
He'll probably hit me for
Your lines are still open. Oh shit, you can get it, nigga. You wanna get it?
I think you can, and that's what's to tell you all. You can still get it if you want to get it. I guess that's the best advice. And as Too Short said, get it while the getting is good. And right now is a good time to get it. So what is holding you back to get it? And that's what I say. That's all a pimp is. A pimp is someone that can organize people to get together to do its bidding. That's nothing more than nothing less. It's not about human trafficking. And style. And do it in a stylish, presentable way. Because some people have no, like, style is no part of their repertoire. Like, you can look at my past videos, you never see me like I sleep in a shirt that I should throw away. You'll never see me wear that on here. And if you look at my past videos, you will never see any of my shit jacked up. Because that's just me every day. The shit you see me wearing now, this is the shit I wear all the time. I've got 1 million hoodies, 1 million coats, hats. This is a continuous thing. Costume. Because, you know, as I was saying, you know, in itself, buying a coat and a hat in itself is a depreciation. Now, again, if you look as a collector, but if you look at as a costume standpoint, it has value. Whatever value this show makes, good or bad, it still has value. So the costumes become more than just clothes. They become costumes. They can be reused to still show something of value. It's like if you work somewhere where you got to wear suits every day, you should have about 21 suits.
and you rotate your suits. That's how you got to dress. Should at least have 21. And that way it looks like you're wearing something different while everything else is in the cleaners and coming back around. It looks like you always have something different. 21 suits, as many shoes. At least as many shoes. Depending on whatever, you're wrong with your feet. Most people can't wear dress shoes anymore. They're just not made well enough or supportive. And if that's your life, that should be you. I can dress how I want. I like sport dress. I've been wearing warm-up suits since I was a little boy. Baseball jackets and shit like that. I don't have to dress Mason-like. I don't have to dress like George Washington in a suit and tie. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a time and place for that. But not most of the day. Not every day, for sure. I'd rather wear a sweat outfit every day than the fucking, because it's like disco, like when disco died, those type of clothes died where you had to dress up to go to clubs. Yeah, I stopped liking that a long time ago because my gear changed, and not really changed. It was like I didn't really want to wear disco clothes anymore. Like even now, I have button-up shirts, and I wear them every now and then. But why? Like even half zips. Why I wear that? Why buy that shit? I ain't gonna never wear it. Like I don't even like just short polo shirts because I don't like collars. And I never claimed that my chains are expensive, but it's just like I like wearing chains, and I don't like really if I'm gonna wear a shirt, I like my chain to be outside my shirt. Now I got a coat on, so don't say I'm capping. This is a coat, nigga. It's a coat. Chains can be inside the coat. I don't need the chains to be outside the coat. You feel me? You know what's funny? My daughter told me, and I'll share this. My daughter said, "You like to." What did my daughter say? You like to flaunt your wealth. And I'm like, how do you look at me, anything I have and do, as I'm wealthy? I mean, I really it's just like me. I'm trying to think psychologically. How do you think anything? Because almost everything I have, I've had more than like a year. And so I'm looking at her like, what are you talking about? Like the way I am, I've always been around you. So how is this flaunting anything? I'm just being what I've always been. So that kind of made me laugh. You like flaunting it. It's like, no. It's like me, the way I feel, like even dressing and stuff. I don't dress for y'all, I dress for me. I dress for me. When I tell jokes and I'm laughing and I think shit's funny, I think shit's funny for me. I mean, I attract people just because who I am. So these extra things is okay. I do those too, but it's like I attract people anyway. So I haven't really changed. I'm just as passionate about all the things I'm passionate about. It's just I can bring a stronger message. And the message still ain't complete. There's still things to work on. Things are just as you see, I'm coming. I'm definitely coming. So there's skills. I listen to Seova. There's other skills that I'm working on that shit too. So, I apologize, as I said, I apologize for not coming on Friday. I really do. But I was supposed to come on Friday earlier, and, we picked up the car. And it's cool. I love the people we got the car from. It's cool. It's like when I was like, hey, the shocks, people was like, okay. And then we found out that it was actually, check this out. They can put on your Carfax that the car hadn't had any accidents, but that doesn't mean the car didn't have any damage. And there's a way you can look up the VIN number of cars, and you can see if the car ever had any damage. So you can get the Carfax and say no accident, but it does not always necessarily mean the car didn't have damage. And so was able to see that the car had damage because the mechanic was like, when I showed it to him, he's like, hey, right here, this car's been damaged. And he was showing the way the paint was. And then we looked at the welds, and I know welds. It's like, whoa. So we went right to them. Was like, the car didn't show any accidents, but the car has had some damage. And I was like, who fixed it? And the guy was like, we fixed it. It's not up to your expectations. I was like, not really. I can show you why. And so, told him about the shocks. Dude called me. He's like, we're going to change the shocks. Take the car back next week. They're going to fix the part that needs to be painted. Satisfied. And for you people out there that had the belief in me and donated, you just don't know how much I'm in debt to you guys. So thank you. So I am not Dr. Umar Johnson, where people will say, well, hey, he took the money and he didn't do what he said. Now, again, this car was a way better car than Mitsubishi Mirage, which when it came down to it, it just wasn't practical. So please don't think that I was fooling you but we have to be practical. And this has been the worst winter. And this is a car that is a tank against the winter. So thank you for all that helped me. Brother Sean, I finally have access to my trunk. I've got to send your package out. I think the address should be on the box. So I'm going to try to get that off this week. If not, I'll go through the email again, find your address. But I'm pretty sure the address is on the box. So the box was ready to go. So thank y'all. Thank you whenever you see this. Just having fun. So this is the Chocolate Mountain Show. And gosh, how can I send out energy? Well, just say thank you, everyone. And this is the way to, at both hands is to give and receive. And really the way you should really practice it is like this. And like right now, you should be able to feel energy between both of your hands. A lot of people try to say you take the, like when I take my two crystals and you hold two crystals together and you put them in the ends, you can kind of feel the energy. But really, you should be able to feel the exchange of energy just doing this. You should feel the energy becoming between both your hands. And like harmonizers is the word I'm looking for. That's one of the exchanges is in the harmonizer. You can see the energy, you can feel the energy exchanging in both of your hands. And when I get acupuncture, I usually hitting the nerve here and the nerve there, and you can still feel the exchange of energy between the two hands. And so just like this is a great way to just feel your own electrical field. It's one of the few ways you can see your own electrical field, feel the energy. And so this is just part of Kundalini. Like really, you see like Dragon Ball Z when they try to, they open their hands up like this and they're trying to, get the energy, expand the energy. And it's the same way. You can, even if you can't feel it, you can just, small fields to try to see where you feel the energy. I mean, I'm feeling it from the very, just this close. And so, you just try to see how far you can feel that energy. And as you build Kundalini, you can pass that energy to others. So that's why it's like this. So as I give high vibrations out. And this has been the Chocolate Mountain Show. See me tomorrow night, 12 o'clock, around 12 a.m. Central Time. Same time, looking clean, laying back on the gangster lean. Don't drink lean because I don't like that kind of poison caffeine, codeine. Just give me the old coffee caffeine with a little creamer is what I mean. Be positive. Be about love. Enjoy. And celebrate it. Feel it. Fill your heart with these things. Laugh, cry, be mad.
Don't just be one emotion. Feel them all. Feel them all. Crying is nothing but, again, a way of washing away emotions. It's a good thing about crying. I know a lot of people look at crying with grief. Not necessarily. It's a way of cleansing too. Because there's another way of crying is joy, right? People cry with joy. It's the same kind of cleansing. So crying is just, most people affiliate it with bad news and death, but really, inspiration to make you cry too, right? So it's not just, grief. Crying is not just one thing. As I said, when I started getting my humanity back, crying was one of the first emotions that started coming back. Because there was a part of me that just, killed all that. But my humanity started coming back. And that's positive. Well, I got the munchies. I'm starting to get hungry. And, yeah. So this has been the Chocolate Mountain Show. I've been your funky, super funky host, Big Pontiac. Oh! It all breaks down.
Your lying.
Be satisfied. Y'all not gonna be satisfied. Be satisfied. Y'all not gonna be satisfied.
Y'all not gonna be satisfied, so I gotta cut it. Thank you.